Um, Dr. B.S. Shankaranarayana Rao from DMAX Bangalore and Dr. Tupi Venkatesh sir from Bangalore will chair the session now. I welcome myself. I invite to take up this session. And we have four speakers today. Dr. Harish Sharma, Dr. N.V. Ramachandra, Dr. Manjula Das, and Dr. Sujan Keda. So they will be presenting this session. Over to check. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to this session. I would like to introduce the chairpersons for this session, Dr. B.S. Shankaranarayana Rao, Professor and HOD, Neuropsychology and Register of NIMHANS. He had done his PhD and MPhil in Neurophysiology in NIMHANS, Bengaluru, and postdoctoral training at MIT Boston, USA. And his major discoveries are discovered the cellular and molecular mechanism of renewing and remodeling of developing and adult brain circuits in neurodegenerative and cognitive disorders such as stress, anxiety, depression, epilepsy, mental retardation, and aging by invasive and non-invasive brain manipulative procedures, including activation of resident stem cells in the adult brain. The discovery of cellular and molecular mechanism of activation of brain circuits and helping in designing of new drugs for the prevention and restoration of cognitive defects in neurological and psychiatric disorders. So he had got few awards, prestigious awards. He is also a fellow of Indian Academy of Neuroscience, fellow of Indian Academy of Biomedical Sciences. So welcome to you, sir, for the session. One more chairperson is Mr. Tupi Venkatesh. He is professor and emeritus at St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. I welcome you, sir, for the session. Thank you so much. So I would introduce the first speaker for this session, Dr. Harish Sharma. Sir, I invite you on the dais, sir. He is from University of Medical Center Rotterdam, the Netherlands, and his area of research is centered on angiogenesis and vascular remodeling for failing heart. So I welcome you, sir, for this session.
So two presentations are good to madam and
so we are all here. Good morning to all of you. And in fact, we are on the behalf of IBS here. In fact, there is a small introductory video which I wanted to show.
I'd like to introduce who we are. You can run it directly from here. You can run it directly from here. Run it directly from here. Where is the video? Yeah. Can you run it?
audit is the initiation, like that's what you start with. Then taking that and creating evidence. So the study will result into evidence-based situation, and you can implement. You can directly take it to the patient. Like in the last 2 years, enormous progress in the field of treating and how understanding and the treatment for COVID-19 story, you can understand that's how it was very rapidly done. But research was done first, so the genome, the entire genome of the virus was sequenced, and then based on that sequence, everybody start jumping, creating vaccines, creating antibodies, and all sort of things throughout the globe. And now here we are, managing our lives. You also teach whatever you do, you showcase it, you tell to the youngsters, you publish it, it all comes under that umbrella of teaching. And then obviously, we are finally the fourth pillar is the improved delivery of healthcare. We can have better healthcare. So these are the four pillars in doing the translational research, and that falls under very much in the kind of network for biomedical sciences. Next slide, please. So this was exactly the time, because I'm talking, my talk is mainly on angiogenesis, the blood vessel growth. When I presented the work in St. Gallen, my work was also invited to speak in United States for American Heart Association, and I gave a presentation there. It used to be one of the largest conference in the heart area. The cardiovascular and cardiology was the largest, about 35,000 people. And this all happened in New Orleans when I was presenting my work. And then I was, because this was something, very pioneer those days, that we can really create healthy vessels in the heart. So I said in my interview to the newspaper called the USA Today, that there would be a possibility that heart can heal itself in a situation like natural bypass. This statement is still very much valid, because if there is a blockage in one vessel, in the normal circumstances, with the maintained discipline, maintained food habits, maintained a particular treatment which is undergoing, the patient can develop collaterals and can create a natural bypass. Those collaterals would be helpful to have the angiogenic path in the heart, and the heart can heal itself, will not undergo ischemia. Next slide, please. So this was all in that time when I spoke. I was in Max Planck Institute that time in Germany when I presented this data. Next. So we are talking about blood vessels. What is angiogenesis? What are blood vessels? So you can understand the endothelial cell cover the large vessels and micro vessels. Next slide, please. And there are about roughly 720 gram or 600 gram of capillaries. The total number of vessels are about 720 gram. We are talking, if you take the entire human body from top to bottom. Next slide. The total length of the all blood vessels in the body is more than 100,000 kilometers. So you can imagine we have a network which is more than 100,000 kilometers long in one human body. And to look at the nature, how this is all so very well structured and nothing is visible, but now by dissecting all the blood vessels in the human body, these are the data known to us. Now to keep them really functional and how the nature is curing before going to a kind of acute stage when the surgery is needed or the stent is placed. Before that, kind of preventive measures are very, very important, and adaptive measures are very important for the for the heart attack or heart failure. Next slide, please. Yeah, so looking at the blood vessels, you see that the intima, media, and the adventitia, and they are all different cell types, having endothelial, smooth muscle cell, fibroblasts, and pericytes. They are all amalgamated, and they create this blood vessel wall in such a manner that it can have contraction and relaxation in the whole body by which the blood can flow. Next slide, please, and endothelial. So how the angiogenesis affect, how the blood vessels are formed in the normal situation, like when the new angiogenesis, when they are growing, a classical way is the endothelial cells, they start lining up and then creating a tubular structure, and in the front, the tip cell experiences the ischemic or hypoxic state, and that ischemic state is the situation where this particular cell becomes very active because they need to survive, and in the presence of various growth factors, and especially endothelial, vascular endothelial growth factor VEGF, it starts proliferating, and this tubular formation continues, and a conducting vessel is created. That's the condition called angiogenesis. Next slide. We look at the mechanism, how it happens, starting from the hematopoietic stem cell. Hematopoietic stem cells, in the presence of other cell types, those who are releasing a number of substances like monocytes, platelets, CD8 positive T cells, as well as CD4 positive T cells. They all secrete number of growth factors and cytokines, which are having concerted action on these hematopoietic and endothelial cells to create a blood vessel. And as you can see here, the stalk cell and the tip cell leading to formation of a blood, a mature blood vessel. The mechanism which are there, many of the aspects which are identified over the period of almost 2 decades, where we were one of the first to clone VEGF, was cloned, and in fact, I had cloned myself, and then later on, some of my PhD students worked a lot in creating certain subtypes. We know a lot about VEGF. Hypoxia resulting into the HIF1 alpha, particularly hypoxia-inducible factors, they get activated, and the number of cytokines and growth factors resulting into the formation of mature vessel angiogenesis. So this is the mechanism well described now. But how this, a very balanced state to be created, that remains to be a question. Next slide, please. So there are many aspects which we talk about is sprouting. So there could be sprouting from the existing vessel. A vessel may be formed, like in the heart, collateralization or collateral formation, or in some other organs where the ischemia is happening, where there is a kind of bypass happening. Then you have the arteriogenesis. Those blood vessels can also become bigger. So the blood vessel can grow itself to the larger size. That is arteriogenesis. But the other one is vasculogenesis or neoangiogenesis, is starting from the progenitor endothelial cells and formation of the blood vessel. So 3 aspects: neoangiogenesis, arteriogenesis, and obviously the sprouting. Now, a blood vessel is formed, but that may not be a really conducting vessel, because formation of tube is not enough. You need to have a proper flow of the blood, and means a conducting vessel, and that is another crucial point how this happens. Otherwise, the vessels will be there, a mesh like a seed-like structure, but they may not be conducting vessels. So we need to understand more on this, and the talk is mainly focused on stunted angiogenesis. What do we know about stunted angiogenesis? That's the new terminology which we came up to publish that work. Next slide. Yeah, so one model which we were working almost 15 years ago. This is a larger animal model, porcine model, pig model, where we had the heart, and we were sequentially closing the LCX by putting it here, And then we had the ischemic area and we had the normal area. And we analyzed all these segments in the heart to see what is happening in ischemic heart, what are the different genes which are formed, and also to look at what are the various the mechanisms happening, and we established for the stunning myocardial stunning. Next slide, please. So this was the protocol where we have the ischemia reperfusion for 30 minutes reperfusion or 120 or 210. And then if you take this sacrifice and have the tissue obtained on all these time points, and with the sham operated, which could act as a control, you can find out what are the genes which are up or down regulated in that particular condition. So it's called ischemia and reperfusion condition. Next slide. This is a protocol when you do in the heart. So there is a hyperemic response in the ischemic and the non-ischemic zone in the heart, which we measured by the hemodynamics, so the systolic wall thickening of the heart, and that you can see that the function is completely depressed when we have ischemia, and then it slowly recovers. During the reperfusion phase, you can see that it's a slow recovery as compared to the sham. And the slow recovery phase is a very vital stage. So this is a period when the heart is getting preconditioned. So the phenomenon called preconditioning. And this was we defined it physiologically and then also at the gene level. Next slide. There are almost a dozen papers in this area which we published those years, but I'm focusing only on VEGF, the angiogenic pathway. VEGF was upregulated in response to ischemia and reperfusion at different time points, and you can see a very rapid production of VEGF and then a plateau. So it goes up like this and then it plateaued off. Next slide. You can see the data here with a kind of a classical transient expression of VEGF mRNA, and that obviously results into the production of protein and the functional entity. Next slide. In the long run, the blood vessels were formed, and they are all depicted here very well. Next slide. Yeah, we did also the variety of immunohistochemical localization of growth factors. In this case, is the receptors. So first we look at where the receptor is located. So for example, here, KDR is the specific receptor of FLIP1. Receptor for VEGF is endothelial cell specific, which is here we have a specific expression of receptor for the VEGF. Yeah, can we do that because it doesn't work from here? Now coming back to the based on this animal study, we call it from bench to the bed, because that's how the translation science is conducted. You have certain in vitro or in vivo experiments done. Based on that knowledge, you can study in the patients directly based on the tissue or the phenomenon. So this is a work which we have done on patients. These are the children, those who develop heart failure, because as soon as they are born, they are having multiple problems in their heart. They have the septal defect, so ventricular septal defect. They have the pulmonary artery stenosis. They have regurgitation due to the mixing of the blood here. And because of these three situations, the heart has hypertrophy. So right ventricular hypertrophy occurs in these patients, and these hearts would eventually fail. The children may not survive until we have to do some surgical correction. So in surgical correction, what is done, this VSD is closed as early as possible, and also alleviation of this pulmonary artery stenosis. And doing so, there is a small tissue which is coming out from the outflow tract. This area is called outflow tract. And this small tissue is really vital because in patients, you cannot obtain tissue as you want as a biopsy. And particularly in the heart, you cannot take biopsy. So during the surgery, there is an obligatory tissue removal. And we developed the idea that that's it. We can understand a lot in this tissue which is coming out. So we started to do the whole genomics and expression array and DNA on this tissue to identify genes which are already altered. So next slide, please. So we had 12 young patients, about half a year, and we had 12 adult patients, those who had pulmonary stenosis and pulmonary insufficiency. They were all operated for tetralogy fellow, and they had, so these are comparable, young ones and adults, and we have control here, young ones and adults here. Next slide. The classical method here, mRNA, histology, immunohistochemistry, and also quantitative PCR, and also the quantitative expression study. And we did the expression microarray on part of the tissue. Next slide. We identify hypertrophy using this bone staining. So the myocytes were enlarged in case of tetralogy fellow. And after establishing the cellular hypertrophy, we conducted the work further. Next slide, the genomic work on those patients. Like, so this was a classical method. Next slide. Yeah, as you can see here, the young ones and adults, there is a tremendous growth and dilatation of the right ventricle as compared to the controls. And you see here almost 3 times, more than 3 times dilatation. Hypertrophy of the heart. And this heart eventually will not really survive because it will go into the failure, but we need to understand what's happening here. What are the genes involved? Next slide. We did the DNA microarray. I don't think I have to really tell you the importance of this. It's an extremely powerful tool where you can, in one experiment, you can study thousands and thousands of genes. Now we have the whole human genome. When we were starting this project, we had only 24,000 roughly genes which we could look at it by using the Affymetrix chip array. Next slide. This was a classical method, taking the tissue, isolating RNA, preparing cDNA, and double labeling of the cDNA, and then doing the hybridization of this chip containing the genes, the human genes, and then we can do the differential hybridization and find it what's happening. And after scanning, you see these fine, tiny dots. Every gene is representing here. Next slide. And all the analysis revealed, it's a lot of work for almost half a year, resulted into the data of 427 genes with a p-value of 0.005, and they were altered. So we call them signatures. And these signatures were, half of them roughly were up or half were down regulated. Interestingly, VGF was up regulated in this case, and also the receptor. Next slide. So we were really a bit puzzled that why, if there is a lot of VGF, these hearts should really survive, but they should have better salvage in the myocardium. But I'll explain to you why it is not possible in these cases. So during the differential plot here, you see the control versus the tetralogy fellow. There are lots of genes which are here in case of tetralogy fellow upregulated, and lots of genes are downregulated. Next slide. We quantified all the genes. Next slide. Doing the classical method, as you see here, several fold increase of collagens. So a lot of fibrosis in these hearts. Next slide. We measure this fibrosis using the video wave analysis. Next slide. This is a method how we quantify the fibrosis, the interstitial space and this interstitial collagen presence, and also the myocytes. Next slide. You can quantify the staining using this video wave analysis. The specific coloring data you will get in the figures. Next slide. Next slide. You see here also, if you do the frequency is that there is a classical lot of collagen in the adults, and even in the young ones, is much more as compared to the control heart. Next slide. We can quantify that, all the color, and we see that several fold increase in interstitial area as well as perivascular when we talk about total collagen. But we have also done all the subtypes, one alpha and all sort of collagens, and here you see that there is there's much more increased collagen, collagen 1, next slide, fibronectin, and also the collagen 3. Fibronectin was much more in interstitial, but also in the perivascular regions. Next slide. So there's lots of fibrosis happening, and based on the genomic data, we can put them all in different pathways, and you see these all collagens are linked with other genes, other pathway of TJ-beta, and also the tubulin pathway is linked with this situation of the enhanced collagen. So when one area, like in the whole pathway, they are controlling each other. So if something is upregulated, other pathways are also affected. So there's a complete mismatch in this tissue. Next slide. We looked at all the VGF and TJ-beta and Glycogen and also receptors for the growth factors, and you see that most of them are upregulated, but these are downregulated, like TJ-beta is downregulated. We know that in the developing heart we have problems. Next slide. We quantify VGF and also receptor is upregulated slightly, but so presence of receptor is more than enough. The VGF is much more, it can create lots of impact in proliferation of endothelial cells. So we understand this, little tiny amount of nitrogen can lead to the multiplication over the period of years. Next slide. We quantified doing the immunohistochemistry. So it's present in myocytes. Next slide. As you can see here, as granules, and also we looked at CD31 for blood vessels. Next slide. Looking at those blood vessels and doing the image analysis, and also how these vessels are formed, and also if they are showing the presence of a smooth muscle lining or not. Based on that, we came up to the conclusion that the number of vessels are very high in case of failing hearts, but the size is not altered. So the remodeling process has not happened as compared to the normal. Therefore, these vessels are formed, but they are not really conducting. They are not conducting the blood. So they are just like a mesh structure. They are not really joined to carry the blood. And this phenomenon is called stunted angiogenesis. Next slide. Just to conclude that we have shown that myocardial ischemia perfusion induces a cascade of genetic reprogramming, and this gene reprogramming includes the angiogenic response, in addition to many other genes. And in case of the humans, this altered expression of several genes and pathways in human heart failure, and the increased degree of myocardial angiogenesis, which is stunted angiogenesis in the heart failure, and our clinical relevance. So this whole work which is done, we could recouple. So we went from the bench back to the bed to discuss with the clinicians, those who were treating these patients, that guys already at very early stage, at half year and above, they are having tremendous fibrosis. So if there is a possibility in utero or as soon as in the first week of the birth, if they can be a surgery done to alleviate the pulmonary stenosis or putting the patch, then maybe these patients would have a longer life. So our research is very relevant for the surgeons, cardiac surgeons, that they could, so they have started doing in two-stage surgery. They first put a patch and then they go ahead. So I think I would quickly finish here. Next slide, just to lead with you with a pondering statement from Charak, who was the father of Indian medicine in 300 before Christ. And this is the statement from Charak taken, that not for the self, not for the fulfillment of any worldly material, desire or gain, but solely for the good of suffering humanity. I will treat my patients and excel all. And that, I think, statement, all the clinicians and also the preclinical people like us, those who are working together, this is kind of, kind of our value we should carry all the time to treat, to develop better therapy for ailing people. So I would thank you, all of you, and yeah, some slides maybe you can run through further with my lab and my collaborators. Next slide, in the country where I come from is beautiful in the month of March and April. All the flowers are blossoming, but we the tulips. So thank you very much. Thank you. In the interest of time, we have time for a couple of questions. We lost by 10 minutes, but anyway, please, if there is one question, I would be happy to. Right. Yes, we have shown in the subsequent studies, I think few years ago that TNF alpha, a cascade pathway, the TNF alpha induces the mRNA for VEGF. Yes. So it's a kind of circle. It's a perpetuated circle. So some cytokines leading to the production of more VEGF, more vessels. But in this case, in the heart failure and particularly the growing heart, this is a phenomenon which is happening very rapidly, and those vessels are not conducting vessels. So that is the data which we have generated so far. Not in this model, but oxidative stress resulting into mRNA expression for VEGF is well known. Some other work, not on this, on smooth muscle cells we have done by creating hypoxic model and then more production of the VEGF, both a protein and mRNA.
Thank you very much, Professor Hari, and it's great listening to you, and it's extremely important that he is the one who explored the VEGF. You have some questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
For you suggest that there would be a medicinal treatment to this, like to increase the VEGF expression, can that be a treatment?
See, the work which we have so far in our hand, based on these children, they are called the blue babies, and many of them won't survive. So what we had within a month or something, they were many of them couldn't survive. So our research has given a feedback to the clinicians based on the stunted angiogenesis, based on enhanced fibrosis in these hearts, that they should do the surgery much earlier. So this is more clinical work, but at the same time, it is hoped that we would be able to develop anti-fibrotic drug. So the drug which can be given at an early stage to minimize the fibrosis, which is really difficult, because you do need in the growing heart and some other area more fibroblasts or more myofibroblasts. So it's a bit complex situation. But I think looking at the heart, there are possibilities to directly inject or bring to the cardiac muscle if at all needed. That would be a future treatment.
Localized delivery.
Localized delivery. Yeah.
But that is not vegetable.
No.
Because
VEGF is not enough. You need it's a cocktail. Therefore, a stem cell is a stem cell therapy is a better approach, which is many people are working still on that area. Yeah. the factory, you know. The stem cells. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hari, for excellent presentation. We have noticed one thing. When you started your work, you never thought of translation research. Today, with the hard work of decades, you have reached how bench to bedside has been written. It has become a reality. You know. I am sure our youngsters have lots of things to learn from you. Interact with him at tea time, lunchtime. He'll be here till tomorrow. You don't miss him.
Thank
But
you.
you may have to go to another. Very expensive.
Thank you.
Better make use of his presence. Don't leave him, don't allow him to rest also. Please catch him and get what you want. Maybe, who knows, they may come and work with you.
Sure.
Great opportunity.
Thank you.
Dr. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Anish Sharma, and I have a great pleasure in introducing Professor NBR, fondly known as NBR or NB Ramchandra. Yeah. So he is a fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences and also UGC PSR faculty, and he is a very distinguished scientist of our country. And so he has several awards and wonderful publications, and I request him. We'll have 15 minutes presentation and a couple of minutes for the discussion, and I really appreciate that all the speakers will have about 15 minutes of presentation, some time for discussion. Professor NBR, please.
Thank you for Dr. Rao and the chairperson, and thanks for inviting me, the organizer. Can you present my slides myself? Do you have the design for it? Yeah, okay. Good morning to all of you, and hello, namaskar. I will be presenting on the copy number variations in the where the microarray studies what we have done. This is the kind of the content what I'm going to cover in this 15 minutes or so. Human genome project of completions led to the sequencing of several thousands and millions of individuals that established the reference sequences. And then when you look at the reference sequences, there are around 25,000 genes are being, and these genes are very human. And the difference between the individual is identity between the individual is 99.6%. The difference is 0.4%, which leads to a 4 million base differences that ends up. That is because of the random natural mutations and the meiosis and the fertilization, the sexual reproduction, the meiosis and recombination that partly causes the genetic diseases. About 46% of the humanity is suffering with the genetic diseases. The challenges now is to understand the genetic diseases and treat them, prevent them, manage them, and also to go for cure them permanently. With the advent of technology, there are a lot of challenges are there. We can apply this the technology and many multifactorial diseases are heterogeneity in the clinical diagnosis and complexity in the manifestation of the disease, and also there are genotype environment interaction. That's why the genetic diagnosis with the right kind of technology is essential to diagnose properly what is the defect. Then the any number of drugs are available, we can treat the diseases or prevent the diseases or manage the diseases. The genomic variations, there are 4 types. Any change in the nucleotide is a genomic variations. They are single nucleotide polymorphism, and then the few nucleotides are repeated or deleted, they are called microsatellites. And the third category is the indels. There are hundreds of nucleotides are deleted or duplicated in the genome. And the fourth category is the copy number variation. 1 kb to 5 million bases are deleted in our genome or added in genome. During this process, 5 MB or 2 MB, several genes have been lost, or several genes have been duplicated breathing process, there are a lot of variations occur that leads to diseases, and the coffee number variations are very important. All the variations important, and they are very drastic. So I would present some of the analysis what we have done in our lab in my university with the available facility. The copy number variation are generally formed because of homologous repeats, segmental duplication, chromosome rearrangement, duplicative transposition, and normally recombinations. So generally, we will have two copies of the gene or the DNA segment. It can be, if we lose one copy, one copy in the both the copy, and this is called the process called deletion. And there will be, because of this process, they can be duplicated to 3 copies or 4 copies. So if the genome analysis help us to understand how many copies are there, how they are detected, and what gene they are hitting, that will help us to know the complete variations. What we screen for, one of the interesting aspects that districts we are looking to that the districts in the families, they have screened about 20 families out of the 10 families, and then with the DST grant, I was able to do the affirmative 6.0 array of 1.8 million markers with the SNP and CLA, and there's a distance between 2 markers is about 500 nucleotides. This is the protocol or the methods we established in the pipeline to screen the microarray with all the chromosomes referring to the reference sequence. So I will take a couple of examples of what we have studied, the dyslexia, the CME in dyslexia subjects. And as we know, dyslexia is a learning disability, and where they have problems with reading, writing, and spelling. I hope most of you have seen the Tare Jaminkar movie of the Mirkar, and that will remind you that how the dyslexic are the right rewards and many other. If you do not identify and counsel them, take them the right kind of school, they will have low self-esteem and they become anti-social elements. So 5 to 15% of the school children have this kind of dyslexia. They are screening the schools with the experts, and also 80% learning disability on the dyslexia. So we have screened in 10 families, 38 individuals with the dyslexic, and the parents are the mother or father, and the six also to look at that how the CNV is seen in these families. So we screened the 38 individuals. We found 27 copy number variations. These are the cases where we have seen. Now, this is the markers we use the CNV or simply the marker, and this is the size of the CNV. Like 58 kb to like 250 kb, we could see, and all of the CNV, whatever we see as a duplicated one in the region, and the flanking and nearby are hitting gene is there are 4 genes, NEGR1, ACC1, GABA, CNTP, and these are the even we could see the same kind of the gene hitting, the gene hitting the NEGR1 in the 2 cases, the GABA in 2 cases, and so on. Another interesting gene which is present on this, the first chromosome, 7 and 17 chromosome, these genes are located. Another interesting one, protothiodarin gene on X chromosome. About 6 individuals have this. 6 individuals have this CNV. They duplicated the same gene, and the upstream region of the same gene. They are on upstream, and they hit the exons also, and we could able to map the CNV on this gene. In the first individual here, this region is the 3' UTR and exons are repeated here, and there these 2 individuals have the upstream duplication. Here they are also the 4 exons are duplicated in this case. Here also the upstream, And here the three copies or three regions of the duplication we could able to see and these the dyslexic families. So by pulling all this the CNV, we could able to come up with a dyslexia molecular signaling pathway wherein they hit the neural migrations, axonal growth, synaptic transmission, addiction, cell addiction. They are needed. These genes are needed. The proteins are needed to adhere or to hold the neurons here, and also to transmit here as a neurotransmitter. These are the genes where the protein what we identified. If there is any defect, then we will have we do have many of the dyslexic patients are compensated, they recover because of dendritic spinal plasticity, and they can take different way to communicate and also. So identifying the subjects is important, and also making them to go to a special school that also helpful. Many of the stalwarts or even Einstein was the dyslexic, and they could be able to overcome with this kind of problem. These are some of the publications, American Journal of Genetics and the Journal of Human Genetics we published, and we had good citation on this. While doing this work, we also could able to identify another region to the X chromosome, X and Y chromosome, where they undergo recombinations. So let me, because this is one of the typical the family tree where we started this problem with the two twins had dyslexia. One of the psychology colleagues have clinically identified this two individuals, and also they found the father and also the grandfather. 4 members are only the male persons are affecting. Easily we thought that the gene might be present on the Y chromosome. Now we struggled and we repeated our screening of 1.8 million CNA. We found that there is a region between the X chromosome and the Y chromosome. There's the recombination. The X chromosome gene has moved to the Y chromosome. It has undergone duplication. These are the different kinds of duplication on the protocadavin gene present on X chromosome, which is very, very essential for cell-cell communication. Which is this gene is moved to the Y chromosome. How it has been moved? Because they do have high level of homology. During the course of hominic evolution, the two exons, these two exons were deleted in the Y chromosome, and the Y chromosome were independent and X chromosome. However, they do have more than 90% of the homology, because the regions of the X and Y chromosome have a homology that the part of 98% they have a homology. So we could able to identify that, and also we see that in 400 females, we could able to see the recombination, and we call this a pathway, and new regions in the X and Y chromosome which undergo recombination. And the time is running. This has encouraged us to screen 1,715 individuals where the raw data of the unprocessed data of 6.0 array, we could able to get this many 1,715 individuals of population. We screened them, we did the CNV map of the global CNV map. We could able to see New World American population are more CNVs, whereas the African have less CNVs, and the duplication more than the deletions. And we mapped the chromosomes, and the 44,000 and that CNV we could able to record. We see this more in the American population, and the more the less CNVs are seen in the 13th, 18th, and 20th chromosomes, and the more damage they also involved in cause. We use the CNV as a marker to trace the human evolution, human migration, where the first settlement is the African, second settlement is the China, and the diverse based on the CNV marker. We also publish within the class 1. And that CNV map is very, very important population study. We also extended this work to the asthma controlling gene, and also we found more of the asthma gene in the American population than the other. So the 61 asthma clearly hit genes were we could able to see, and the type 2 diabetes, we have known that one in upper level is very prominent, very almost every family has this in the old age or even earlier age also, and we could able to picture the type 2 diabetes susceptibility in the CNU market, and we could able to see the 22nd chromosome highest CNU recording. We also map them on the chromosomes. And we also see the CNV which are present in the normal cohort with the cases in the Australia in the sample cases, and there are 24 the type 2 diabetes CNV hit genes were shared in the cases as well as the control, and also we could establish they are the well controlled markers, and also we established the hit hub there, and then we can go last one. Take home message is that CNA is the most powerful tool for genome analysis. Is highly conserved, 84% identity can be used as a marker to see any kind of diseases, and it has a role in human diseases because it is still more in the coding sequences than the plant sequences, and it's a better understanding of the human genome evolution, and understanding the genetic variation is very essential to treat the patient. If you know the correct location of gene or what kind of variation, there are n number of tricks are there, we can use them also. With the advent of the technology of genomics, genetics and genomics should be treated as the fields like radiation, radiology, clinical biochemistry, pathology, especially in the medical school and now life sciences also. And this is the group of my PhD group. More than 20 people worked on this, where I got a 1 thing grant of UGC, and there some of the work what we have done is not that anybody seems to work extra work they did, and we could able to map the we have now the global CNU map. I thank collaborators, the subjects, my college students, PhD students, and their family, where they contributed a lot for our genomic understanding, genomic variation understanding. Thank you.
So thank you very much for excellent study, and it's extremely important. We need to understand the couple of variations. It has a lot of implications to understand the human genome itself and also in evolution, and more importantly, in various disorders of humans. And it becomes a wonderful and a powerful tool. And I'm very sure that your contributions are well recognized. And we have a time for one quick question, please. Yes, please.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
We have studied so many of the diseases, and I just wonder whether COPD disease has any link with CNV or not, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which is very similar to asthma.
Yeah.
You or anybody has done this.
We are not mad that 44,000 CNUs are there, we are not those CNUs. No, yeah. Only asthma is there. Depending on the student people, they came with their own conditions to do PhD, then I said that this is the market we have, let's screen them out. So we are not done. For almost all the diseases, we can identify susceptible genes with the CNV kits. So this is one, because the CNV takes more than 1 kb to 5 NV. That's why we all will not have 3.2 billion base pairs. Even Vendor has 2.8 billion base pairs because of the CNV. So much the segment is last day.
Okay, that was the difference experiment also found, 2.5 and 2.8.
Yeah. So this is the major work. Generally, we see the textbook of deletion, duplication, chromosome aberration, inversion, polymorphism, inversion and translocation. These are the 4 genomic variations. We have to teach, we have to make them understand, and the millions of genome sequences available and exome sequences available, we can understand. And this is the, unless you have proper diagnosis, the treatment and it's not that great. And even we can, if you know this, we can prevent this family, the couple, and even the family treatment management is possible. So diagnosis is very, very important. Genomic diagnosis.
So thank you very much, sir. I'm sure that in children, the students, they have a lot of questions, and that we continue the discussion during the tea break and also subsequently. Thank you very much on behalf of IIPS for giving an excellent lecture. Thank you.
Say only one sentence. Sir, we are grateful to you. We have laid such a strong foundation. We can see that today. Functioning. Thank you very much. Friends, we are all waiting for more insights into translation in this country. We heard about bench to bedside. Now we have bedside to bedside. Let us see what it is. Dr. Manjula Das, welcome from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Principal investigator, tumor immunology program, Vasundhara Shah Center for Translation. For some time I was the chairman of the ethical board. And we have not, I don't want to take away your time, we are waiting to listen to you. And Madam is a principal investigator. He presented Vasundhara Shah Memorial Foundation, Medical Foundation. Many grants, runs in crores, not I can't count the zeros. Over to you. We are waiting, eagerly waiting to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you first. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, especially Dr. Medha and Dr. Manavi. We communicated continuously. And as sir mentioned, is that when first I sent out the, can you start the slides? So when I first sent out the title in the first program schedule, it was printed as bench to bedside, as we all know, as we use that as the what is translational research. That the title of my talk is indeed bedside to bedside, and I will tell you that why we practice at MSMF, we practice bedside to bedside, and how do we do that? The next slide, please. So, what is translational research? So, as per the Blue Highway definition of translational research by NIH, it is actually the translation or the knowledge exchange between knowledge flow through partnership, through interdisciplinary partnership from the academicians to the patient communities and through multiple stages. And what are the stages? As most of us do that at the basic science level, that is still called the stage T0. When we take it to human clinical trial of whatever research that we are doing, that is stage T1. The stage T2 is the later part of clinical trial, where it is being applied in the human population. But stage 3, where it gets incorporated in the practice, the clinicians start practicing it. Then it is stage 3, and when it reaches the patient community, the large patient community, then it is stage 4. So most of us, when we are doing the work at the basic level, at the bench level, that is, we are still at P0. And so Dr. Graham, he mentioned that this process of bench to bedside is actually a current pipeline. And a lot of the projects are lost if we are starting only at the bench and then taking it to the practice level. So maybe what are the reasons? So Sam, he described the space, the time between the basic science to the clinical science as a value of death. Lot of projects, they die in between due to multiple factors, which are mentioned there. I would highlight only the most important factors. One major thing is the clinical relevance. Maybe the first one I'll start with, that maybe the investigator bias. Based on the ease of conducting the experiments, ease of getting samples, we choose, we have an investigator bias that we choose the projects. They might not be the most relevant reasons or relevant projects clinically. So, and then we try to avoid maybe collaborations for various reasons. We try to do it only in one lab. That also might be one of the reasons for this method. So, in a meta-analysis, it has been shown that how collaborations actually increase the productivity, increase the amount of translational research. So at Mahinda Shah Medical Foundation, this is also to introduce my organization to you, that this is the research wing of the NH, Narayan Vidyalaya chain of hospitals, and the multi-specialty hospital at Narayan Vidyalaya, Bangalore, the super specialty hospital. So this is the research wing of Mahinda Shah Medical Foundation. Is a research wing of these hospitals. We work very closely with the hospitals. We are situated in the main campus in Bangalore. So the major departments of MSMF are Mahinda Shah Center for Translational Research. And then we had started a new diagnostic center, which it's not only for diagnostic services, it's a diagnostic research center, so that all the samples, what we collect, we can do a lot of research. And then for a proper translation, we also have a technology business incubator through which the products which we are developing can be taken to the, I wouldn't use the word market, it can be taken to the clinic. So in MSMF, what we practice is, as I mentioned, bedside to bedside. So the problem initiates at the bedside. So what is the project that we would be working on is given by the clinicians with the patient samples, and most of the research is done by the clinicians. The clinicians also do PhD. In our country, we do not have this MD by PhD program. So this is not MD by PhD, but the clinicians, they can register for PhD at MSMF. They have but they have to be practicing clinicians also. So they bring the problem from bedside, work on that, and take it through the industry. Because what are the products we finally come up with? For the stability of the product, scalability and sustainability, it has to go to the industry. So we work very closely with the industry and take it back to the bedside. So what I will do, that I will present to you a case study. The case study is on the most recent topic of COVID. So I'll be presenting it as like based on the famous movie of Me and I. So my topic, the scientific topic today is COVID-19 and I. But here the I stands for infection and immunity. So as we know that the virus that has that we have multiple variants of the virus, and most of the variations are on the spike protein. All of you know that, so I don't have to spend much time on that. So my talk is divided into 3 parts. The first part is that I will compare between the 2 waves, the second part is that we will talk about the importance of the engine in this immunity of the virus and or the infectivity of the virus. And the third part, that for ultimate translation, that what we did for making a therapy, a COVID therapy. So without without wasting time, let me just tell you that the first part that for comparing the weights, what we did we had a collaboration with a diagnostic lab, Molecular Solutions Care Health, which is ICMR lab, and in that, while offering the diagnostic services to the patient, we also we were involved in MSO was involved in developing this kit from Neoliates, which is in this kit we didn't have to extract the RNA directly from the retain. The PCR could be done. So this kit was being validated in the lab, and again, like many other kits, this also detects three genes: the RDR3 gene, nucleocapsid gene, and the envelope gene. So, and it is an RT-PCR kit. I don't have to spend time on RT-PCR. I will tell. So, using this kit, we analyze more than 1 million patients, and over a time from October 2020 to February 2022. And we see that around 2.16% of the patients were positive. And we present this as the total the positivity rate, this positivity rate, and I will present this as a moving average also, because so that if we do it, say day-wise, some days, if for some reason you do not get enough, say enough patients, or say the lab is closed for some reason, you get very spiked data. That's why all these kind of immunology data is always presented as a moving average, which is that every 7 days, you take the average of the test positivity rate for 7 days, and every 7 days, not that you started on the 8th day. So the average of 7 days, starting from the first day, second day, that's how it is presented. So what we see is that what is represented here, that as we see from the data from Johns Hopkins, that the spike and the same data what we saw in MSCH, the same data we see from Johns Hopkins. And just to tell you that the data that we are getting from MSCH, that is the reflection, sort of the reflection of the data of the country, especially Karnataka. Okay. So we show 2 peaks and the fading tail of the first. So the peaks that you see are mostly the Delta peak and the Omicron peak, based on a few sequences which have been done from that region also. Okay, so what we see here, so from the Delta peak, we did around 2.4 lakhs, 2.4 lakh patients, and from Omicron, we did 1.4 lakhs. But as you see that the test positivity rate is not too different, so most of it is comparable. But it was little more in Delta compared to Omicron, but not hugely different. So in LCH, we had 3 kinds of data. One data is from the government side, from Bangalore, Brihad Bangalore Mahapanchayat. What they used to collect, they used to collect the samples from the population. So that is one of the major things, like one of the major lot of samples that we used to get. The other one is from home collection. So whenever people used to call for home collection, that used to be collected. The third one is from the hospital. So we could compare these 3 types of data from the LC. So as you see that the top one is from BPAP, so which is from the general collection. So the peaks are almost the same. And now here I would like to show you that the person positivity, if you see that from the public screening, naturally, since these are screening in different areas, we have only around 1.46 as the positivity rate compared to the hospital collection. We have plugged the home collection and the hospital collection. There it is much more because these are already suspected, these are already patients maybe with symptoms, that's why they're getting screened. And then, but again, if you compare the Delta and the Omicron in these two, in the public screening and the hospital screening, you see that in the Delta and Omicron in the public screening, again, there is not too much of difference. But in the hospital screening, you see that Delta had much higher hospitalization, showing that Delta had, at least for Delta, there were much more hospitalization. If we don't, but if this is not the scale of severity, at least the hospitalization was more, mainly because Delta also happened before we had the vaccination. So when we actually followed up with some of the patients, and what we see is that the median age of between these two waves are also the same. But the symptoms are much more in Delta. The disease severity is also much more in Delta. Okay. Now, one interesting thing, which is the translation part of this research, which I would want to present to you. The public screening happened at different regions. And when we compare these different regions, what we see is that we see that different for Delta and Omicron, the PPR rates are different. I'll go quickly to the next slide. Can you click to the next slide, please? Yeah. So we see that there were actually three. Actually, the previous slide itself was in animation. Doesn't take any. So we actually see there are three groups based on the change in the PPR. There are three groups. One group one, in one area, we see that the control was very poor. In Omicron compared to Delta, it was much more in Omicron. So the second group where we see that the control is almost the same. The third group where we see that control is well controlled. That in Omicron the percent positivity rate is much better. It has decreased. So in the core control area, if you just go back to the map of Bangalore, we see that for group one, this is the area where a lot of construction is happening. And so that means that a lot of laborers and there is reverse migration for these laborers. When Omicron, between the Delta and Omicron, reverse migration happened, a lot of people actually came back during Omicron. So that's why there was less control. So that's why we see that the PPR, the test positivity rate, has increased during Omicron. The second one, the group two, is the area where the police activity is there and the military. I will take a little more time, maybe they will finish this. So for group two, and in group three, where we see very good control. So there that is actually the residential area where the control was very good. So this was like we sent it back to the BBNP to have much better control in this regions of group one and group two. So this actually led to BBNP, this led to a little better policy of control. Okay, so I think that I wouldn't spend much time on the rest of the statistics of the epidemiology because it's the same as we see in the reports. So I can skip these. I will go to the next part. So basically, what we see is that we did to see the total impact. We compare the area under the curve for Omicron and Delta, and as we know that it is much more for Delta compared to Omicron. So, but one important thing which I would want to show you, that for when we compare that the rate of spread of the disease for Omicron and Delta, what we see is that the rate, it is much faster for Omicron. So it spread much faster. But the decline was much lesser compared. The decline was actually in parallel. So both of them had the same decline, but the rate of infection for Omicron was much higher compared to compared to Delta. So though Delta had better, more severity, it is much more for Omicron. This is something which I would want to tell you that, like, if you consider any kind of disease, any kind of infection in terms of the virus itself. So the virus actually doesn't want to kill the host, because if the host is dead, then the virus itself is dead. Then the virus also cannot live without the host. So what the virus wants, the virus actually goes through multiple mutations to come to the kind of an equilibrium where it can infect faster. It can infect many more hosts, but doesn't kill it. So the infectivity from the virus's perspective, the infectivity should be high, but the severity should be low. So though we say that Delta was a more severe virus, from the virus's perspective, it is actually Omicron turned out to be the winner. So when we compared Delta and Omicron, we would say from the virus, as a virologist, as an immunologist, I would say that Omicron is actually the winner. So that's why I will come with this very quickly and go to the next part, that when we compare, now we wanted to check that. So that means that if, the vaccine which we had the vaccine for the Wuhan strain, but what we are going to see is that Omicron is the virus which is going to stay, because it is not killing the host, and it is not, and it is, but it's infecting many more people. So what is the message from this study? What is the message to the scientists is that we need to develop the vaccine against Omicron, and that then that vaccine, then we probably do not need to administer it as frequently as we are doing it for the Wuhan vaccine or the Delta vaccine which are coming up. So, and also in that vaccine, there's one more suggestion with little more study based on the immunity of the virus what we have. When we compare the titers, specifically not the entire antibodies but titer, when we look for nucleocapsid and spike, the titer against nucleocapsid and spike, what we see is that we know is more immunogenic. But when we do a longitudinal study, what we notice is that for the spike protein, the antibody level, it actually after the second dose, the antibody titer actually came down. So it might also be that we have been vaccinating the people. So when this is in a cohort of around 50 patients after 2 doses of vaccination. So in the second dose of vaccination, what we see is that the titer against S protein is less, but the titer against L protein stays. So the next vaccine which we are planning to develop, it is probably we should consider the L protein also, not only the spike protein. So this is when we I don't have time to show you that which is the N specific, the Omicron specific N peptide. We have done the study and we are showing that the titer against the antibody is specific against the Omicron specific peptide. When we are taking N peptide, we see a much better titer in that. So our suggestion now is to make N protein also as a vaccine candidate. With that, I will just go to the third part that what we have done in one slide, which is this slide. What we have done for the therapy is that we make a COVID trap. So in that, we had taken the ACE2, the receptor, fused it with the FC region of human IgG antibody, so that the dimer, the receptor dimer forms, and the receptor dimer can trap the virus before it enters the cell. So this has been taken, this was supported by the rat. This has been taken through the drug, the protein drug has been taken through all the most of the in vitro and in vivo studies, and we see a very good efficacy, in vitro efficacy. We have done that in hamster model also. In hamster model also, it was able to prevent the virus from infecting. So this has come out as a paper now, I don't have to spend much time. This is the, so we did the, after infection, we did the study with the virus lung also. And we see that there is not much of toxicity there. At that time, we have published a paper that it is, like, how do we check the virus, infectivity of the virus, that we were doing it by the specific cytokine release. So there are multiple cytokines which actually you would have read. So what we said is that through this publication, we showed that IL-6 and IL-10 are the basic, these two are the major cytokines which can define the severity, and we show that in our hamster model, these are upon treatment of with this COVID track, it brings down the severity. One more small thing again, I have to say that we also made an in vitro model for the comorbidity. We grew the few cell lines, including a novel cell line, for which actually I have also a poster. We made a novel cell line with the from oral mucosa, because that is the form of entry, and we know that diabetes is a comorbidity in COVID. So what we did was that we grew these novel cell lines in hyperglycemic condition, and we showed that it increases ACE2 expression, and probably that's how the infection is much more in the comorbid condition, and that's how we had an in vitro model also. I don't have to.
Is it possible to conclude?
This is the last slide. So also what we showed is that this, the ACE2 and FC, like this molecule, this is enzymatically active. So this also brings down the hypertension. So that's how, again, this molecule which we made, it will not only stop the virus from entering the cells, it will also bring down hypertension, which is another comorbidity. So with that, so finally, if we can say that what are the translations of the COVID projects? So starting from making a kit to the molecule, therapeutic molecule, we also came up with a few policies. This molecule is patented, and this is the, so this is what I have. So finally, I just wanted to tell you that this is how we do research in MSMF, from bedside to bedside, taking the problem from the bedside to take it, not only to make, not only to come up with a diagnostic kit and a therapeutic molecule, and also we look at translating it to community medicine to come up with various policies. So I think that is not much time. That's all. I just wanted to tell you that, like, what we follow is that we don't put the horse, we don't put the chariot in front of the horse. So to pull to accelerate the science, you need to put the horse, which are the projects, which are the clinical projects, in front of it. So that's the last. I said that that's the formula.
It was difficult for me, painful for me to tell you science. Such an interesting data.
But there's too much work.
I know, we all appreciate that. I think lack of time.
Can I just comment? It is the title which you insisted earlier, bedside to bedside, and you are showing the data, IL-10, IL-6, this is all done in the labs.
This is all one in the lab, but it is coming from the questions are
So
coming.
it is bedside to the bench.
Yes,
Please use the word, without bench, there is no bed.
that's correct. But what I'm trying to say, I'm not saying that is wrong, but we're saying that this is what is being practiced here, that it starts from the bedside, done by the clinicians at the bench, and again it goes back to the bed.
It takes me back to point of care, to the application.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a wonderful.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
One more question.
One
Very
question.
short question. The N protein of Omicron and N protein of Delta are very different.
Yes, so that's, there are actually a nature paper, it's not much of time, so this is just to tell the audience actually that.
For vaccination, you need the N protein of Omicron.
Omicron, what to include that, so this is, there is enough evidence.
Yeah, sure.
Right,
Great,
And also to tell everyone that this is the kind of translation that this actually calls for collaboration. That whatever, a lot of it, whatever you are doing it at the bench. So we would be able to translate it by making diagnostics, by making therapies. So that is also another capability which we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So let's move on, and I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. S. Sehar. So he obtained his PhD in theoretical physics from IISc and subsequently is working on prognostic biomarkers and also a special interest in computational biology and AI algorithms. So, Professor Kar, please.
Thank you. Please. So at the outset, I thank organizers, Dr. Mani for this inviting us, and it's so nice to be back to the good old, we call it offline now, but that's what is, that the default conference mode, and very nice to see you all. So I'll just okay, great. So I'm going to just quickly introduce this topic and not take too much of your time. So we're going to talk about today histopathology, and histopathology, as we know, is a major tenet of oncology diagnostics or many other diagnostics. Only not only oncology. Professor Hari Sharma shown a lot of slides in his talk, and for the particular, I work with clinicians who are not oncology, so my examples are mostly in oncology. But so when you have this, as we know that you take the slides and then you take the tissue, lay it on a slide, and then typically you stain it with these two chemicals, methoxylin and that stain the purple, the bluish kind of stuff that you see the nuclei, that is the methoxylin, and then the rest is the UOC, which is the cytoplasm. And from this HN slide itself, you can predict quite a lot. The left side, I've taken this slides from the wonderful text of Adrian. So the left side, you can see these are various normal glial cells, and the left side you can see the oligodendrocytes, and these are very nice, round nuclei. On the right side, the astrocytes, which are little bit oblong nuclei. Right side panel, that's more of the tumor cells, where you can see that's the signature for mitosis, the astrocytoma, which is long nuclei, and the right side is the more aggressive form of glioblastoma, the last panel. And then you can see, I could enlarge that for you, and you could see that there's a really lot of that is going on. So after this, if you have any specific, marker of your interest, like Professor Hari shown some of his VGF slides, and where you stain it with an antibody and you see a brown stain. But what I'm going to talk about today is that this HAE, the basic HAE slide itself, gives you a lot of information about the underlying cell morphology. And if you couple that with the modern kind of computational techniques that are coming up, and that gives you a really wonderful platform for finding out many things through the use of computers. And AI is a buzzword now. I won't go into the too much of details, but it's just using some of the algorithms, and every area of healthcare now, people have become such a fashion word to say, we use some AI or machine learning. And if you even look at histopathology, I just did a search last night on PubMed, and you can see there's a surging number of papers, and particularly in the last 3-4 years, on using AI and histopathology. And what are these papers talking about? So if you go through this broadly, see there are 3 categories of studies where people do, particularly histopathology. First, and the first category is the most what you call elementary, and you will see that people just try to differentiate between carcinoma and the benign. And this is any pathologist will actually laugh at it. They say this is something which is routine and what we need. And this is actually you will see most of these papers are typically by computer scientists, and not. This is not so popular. Just routine diagnosis using AI is not such a popular thing. But where it becomes more and more interesting is that if you can use AI to provide assistance to pathologists. Like there are certain features you can automatically detect them. Give the pathologist have to run through hundreds of slides. So give the pathologist some initial indication that these are things which are possible. I can find out automatically the tumor region, second the tumor, I can find out the region for mitosis. And thirdly, the last part is the most interesting, and this is where you try to correlate with various clinical structures. So, so we take a slide and from the economic predict that these patients will go to a more aggressive form of disease and so on. So these are the things which are not visible in a naked eye, but that's what we try to kind of determine by this AI techniques. So I will not really go into too much of details of these methodologies in this lecture, but just to say that these kind of things started in the 1970s. People started, developing these things called, expert systems, particularly started with the, ECG data, modeling the ECG data, and into various rules. For example, you try to differentiate between, apples and banana, and you give a rule, and this thing differentiate. But then you throw in this rule group, you throw in kind of a red color banana, and this thing will go crazy. Not know where to, classify. So the next level is what is called, then you feeding basically some kind of a learning into the system. But you go to the data and the computer algorithm learns itself. So the basic thing is this non-supervised learning where I don't give any rules. I'm just showing all the things to the computer and computer finds out that these are the two classes. And the other more advanced and which is more useful in most of the clinical settings is the supervised learning. Where I say that okay, this is upper and this is from giving or maybe I'm telling the computer this is what, this is this class and this is class B, and the computer at the end learns the features sufficiently, and at the end of it, it will be able to automatically detect it. So this is what essentially we do, and this kind of workflow will apply in histopathology also. In histopathology, typically, let's say we have many slides from many images, which are different classes, maybe aggressive disease or non-aggressive disease, maybe disease with a mutation or not, or without a mutation, and you show that. And the most important, I don't think we need to go through the details of this workflow much, but the thing which I wanted to really focus on, what we try to extract from the images. We try to extract features, and there are broadly two classes of features. One class is the image texture features. There are various kinds of features, and I'll show you some examples we can define. We can say that if the image is very homogeneous, or there's a lot of dissimilarity, or we also use methodology in something called entropy. Entropy gives you a measure of randomness in that. So these are some features. These are features which we directly extract from the images. And the other features are what is called the lower level image features. We say convolutional. Now this is something I cannot explain to you by mathematically, and that's why there is an AI model comes into picture. I will try to explain about the lower level features, but this is what we do in our brain all the time. So I'll just give you an example of a painting. These are the two sunflowers painting by the two famous impressionists, the painter by Monet and the great Van Gogh. And these are both are sunflower painting, but if you have gone through enough paintings of Monet and Van Gogh, you will never mistake one with another. But can you define what is the rule behind it? In fact, I'm not. When we see this, we have seen enough of Monet. There are a lot of examples. We have a Monet landscape example compared to a Van Gogh landscape example, and when you see these images, your brain maps it. So this is what is called the lower level features. You map it in your brain, and this is exactly what we try to do in a computer network. We convolute the images with some other matrices and try to get some lower level features. So these are the features we learn for classifications, and this is what we use. So I'll give you a couple of examples of projects which we are working on, and not going into too much of details. But before that, there are two, when it comes to the histopathology sites, broadly there are two approaches we take. One is working, and this is becoming more and more popular, is you take the whole slide images and the entire slide, which has some tissue, which has tumor lesion and various things, and some background also. So you try to see the characteristics, but what you say it's not only the tumor, the tumor also plays an equally important role. So you do the whole slide, and the other approach is you only define your segment, the region of interest, only the tumor region, and do that. So let me give you a couple of examples of projects which we are working on. The first project is a PDX model. This is a patient-derived xenograft model. So basically, this is where the animals, these are the immunocompromised animals, were administered with HeLa cells, which are the HeLa cells are the first developed cancer cell line. It's a cervical cancer cell line. So these cells, cancer cells, are injected into mice, and the mice, these are immunocompromised mice, so they develop tumor. And we had a, this was a work done with collaborators, and they had a molecule. This is a there's a immunomodulator protein called leukocarin 2 or SAN2. And we had an antibody for HCl2, and when we administered the antibody, the tumor sizes started coming down. Also, the veterinary pathologists who are handling the animals said the palpability of the tumor stiffness become softer. So if you see the slide, the left side is the untreated tumor, that is the full tumor. This is not the same section because we had one section for the treated and one section for the untreated. And we see that the untreated one, when you treat the thing, is the right panel, the tumor region comes down. So this is what we see, and the pathologists will see this and immediately say that if you enlarge the slide, you will see the tumor regions, much lesser in the right side panel. But can we compute it? Can I do it through computer? So what we did, we tried to extract various features from the images. So one of the things which I mentioned is what is called entropy. So these are the two panels. The left side is the untreated ones, and you have the Chinese stain, and the right side the red color thing. This is the entropy heat map. So the heat map is just the entropy value calculated the locally the entropy value across the slide, and we see that this untreated one has a lot of reds are high value. So this is now computing it. This is not done by the pathology. This is the computer going through the images and trying to calculate. And computer maps the entropy, saying that okay, there is much more randomness, so there is much more tumor on this untreated one. And when you compare to the right side panel, and you see the red colors are coming down. The intensity of the reds also going down a little lower. So this is how actually you start computing. You are now training algorithms to find out these are the regions of randomness. So I'm just using entropy as one measure. You can use various other measures for this kind of thing. So this is an example where we can use AI to kind of extract features directly, the image features, and correlate it with the endpoint. The second example I will give you is an example in the neuropathology, and I'll not go to the details of this, but IDH1, associated dehydrogenase, is a very key enzyme in the energy cycle. And in various brain tumors, we see the mutation of this particular, this is a homodimer, but one of the copies get mutated, and that mutation causes major metabolic reprogramming. But the interesting part is that in glioblastoma or in glioma in general, if you have the mutation, if the patient has the mutation, it's a better prognosis. So it's if you look at the current diagnosis, and currently people are following the 2021 WHO guidelines for neuropathology, and that's what CMS WHO 5. There, the detection of IDH mutation is very central role, because depending on the IDH mutation, you say that if it is IDH mutant, then it's a low-grade glioma, which is a kind of a better prognosis. Whereas if it is IDH wild type, then it's going to be a more clear version. So this is a very one of the first level of tests which we do when we get a glioma patient. And currently the methods which we use are good old method, the conventional method is using immunohistochemistry, and there is a particular antibody which is available against a particular mutation R132H, and that's what it detects. So that is the standard of care. But you can also do various PCR-based methods, and the other option is to do NGS, where you can find all the mutations, but then the affordability becomes a question. So this is where we wanted to bring in AI, and we got somewhat encouraged by some recent papers where they use this simple HNE sites. And I found the HNE sites. So now what we're trying to do, we are trying to correlate the HNE images with the presence and absence of a particular mutation. And there are a couple of papers published, in the last couple of years, where they did that with the slides. So basically, you have just taken the HNE slide, and from there extracted the features, and you have thrown in a few other clinical correlates, simple things like age, gender, and all that. And you're able to get pretty good accuracy of predicting the mutation. So this is what we just started working on, and I don't have the full results, but we just this is an ICMR project where we just started working on in collaboration with a few other pathologists across the country. And this is where we are trying to build a cohort of glioma patients with the known IDH mutation. We just right now ran initial study with about 40 suspected patients which we had in our cohort. And initial algorithms gave a accuracy of about 70%, which is not great, but something which is start. So in the next year or so, we will be getting more and more samples from labs in Bangalore as well as in Hyderabad. And we get that. So the advantage of this particular thing will be I'll be able to get an immediate, and remember that the histopathology side is always done. That is the whatever this is not extra test I'm asking for. The standard test which patient is going to. But using that image, I want to give at least a prediction that this is likely to have that mutation, and that could be a very useful tool for the pathology. So I will just conclude saying that the reason why these kind of, I just wanted to introduce you to this topic. And the reason why it's very important is that, first of all, histopathology is a standard of care. It is anyway genetically. I'm not asking for any test to be done. But from this thing, we can use the AI techniques, and we can give a lot of aids for the pathologists for the initial screening, as well as we can, many cases like the IVH mutation case, we can help to kind of give you a classification system that I can say that, this particular classification is commensurate or correlating with a particular molecular or clinical subtypes. So, of course, there are many cases we can also look at the particular molecular subtypes by using an immunohistochemistry, but we will not be having antibody available for this specific mutation all the time. And of course, NGS is sequencing is always an option, genomics, but again, the cost involved. So that's not that, in particularly in India, we don't always have the patients that are able to afford that. So in such cases, AI model, particularly on historical images, can be a great alternative. We are never saying that it's something which is replacing the pathologist, but this can be a very useful supplementary diagnostic kind of tool to the pathologist. So with that, I will stop and thank you once again for doing this. Thank you. So I just collaborators who have been working on the project with me, from the students and Dr. Mandila, who's run the research work, and the copy of the pathology head, and Dr. Gayatri was responsible for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Are there any, you have time for one quick question? If you have anything. So, no questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. I now request our chairpersons to hand over the certificates to the invited speakers. So I now request Dr. V.S. Sharma to please come on the dais. I also request Professor Maludi Ramchandra also to please come on the dais. I request Dr. Mandila Ramchandra to please come on the dais. I request Dr. Sujin Kegan to please come on the dais. Now I request our chairperson, Professor S. Malini, to hand over the certificates to our chairperson. Thank you very much. Now we have a tea break just for 5 minutes. Please, the next speaker, please hand over your presentation to our operators over there. So we'll be back within 5 minutes.
welcome our first speaker. I think with the interest of our time and also because there would be inaugural session, so we have to little bit carefully sticking with the time. And I would invite first switching to have the Shankar around so that he could. The gentleman, Shankar is extremely busy person, being registrar of NIMHANS. So we need to give him little more priority at this moment. Thank you, Shankar. Please, floor is yours. Not much to introduce because people very quickly look at either in PubMed or Google. But anyway, enormous work to his credit, an excellent scientist in the Department of Neurophysiology at NIMHANS. And currently he has administrative role in addition to his scientist role as a registrar of the NIMHANS. So I could meet him around 8:30 p.m. So a very busy person. Shankar, floor is yours. We love to hear your scientific accompaniment. Thank you.
I thank both Dr. Ravi Sharma for the president of IABS and also India. So both of them, they have an excellent study in the science. And most importantly, thanks to whether Dr. Malini, Dr. Guru Shankar for inviting us to be the part of the Indian Academy of Biomedical Sciences. So good meeting. And so in fact, I know most of them. Today briefly, largely for the students. And most of the students from the university, they have this the feeling that, okay, if they work in a Drosophila or if they work in a mosquito or a cockroach, so they feel that so inferior that, okay, they are not working with humans. So being at NIMHANS, and we will use powerful animal models to understand complex brain disorders. And then learn from the patients and again you come back to the lab. So both bench to bedside, bedside to bench. Dr. Mandula will agree at the end of my talk. I'm very sure that it becomes extremely important considering the complexity of the brain and also the various neurological disorders. The understanding of the pathophysiology is very, very challenging. And today I will be sharing with you a complex neurological disorder is called epilepsy. There are various forms of epilepsy, but worldwide, the most prominent form of epilepsy is the temporal lobe epilepsy. That is the model. We could mimic and model the temporal lobe epilepsy symptoms as exactly as in the humans and try to understand what changes have occurred in the brain and then evolve various strategies to ameliorate various kinds of dysfunctions associated with epilepsy. Epilepsy in a common term is fits. So what is interesting is that considering the various factors, including our lifestyle and also the kind of the junk foods which we adopt in our life, the overall susceptibility of the brain for various neurological disorders are increasing, and also considering the various kinds of stress which we undergo. Each of that translates into the overall performance of the brain in the selective regions, makes us largely vulnerable for various disorders, so including the epilepsy as well. So among various kinds of epilepsies and the temporal lobe epilepsy originates from the temporal portion of the brain, largely involved in the learning and memory. And this is the site where the abnormal electrical activity is generated, and then it spreads into the different regions of the brain. So initially, you have a focal kind of an epilepsy, later on it becomes a global epilepsy. You get to see some of the patients who are suffering with epilepsy with a chronic seizure, and they lose the consciousness, and they regain the consciousness, but there is an altered sensory. They don't know where they are and what they are doing and what they experience during the field of the epical period. So it becomes extremely important. And what is most important is that among epilepsies all over the world, 30% of them they don't respond over a period of time to the anti-epileptic drugs. So your pharmacological agent is not going to help. And for them, the surgery is the treatment. So you need to do the resection and remove the temporal lobe site where you have a foci of the epilepsy. And it has its own complications when we perform these kind of complex procedures in the brain. And since you are removing a small portion of the brain, which is associated with learning and memory, and you also have the memory fragments following surgery has been observed very routinely. So at the intense in a week, we have about 25 to 30 surgeries are performed. So you could understand the scale of the drug resistant temporal lobe epilepsies which we get to notice. Now, this disorder, the brain disorder, specifically the epilepsy disorder, is a very complex brain disorder. And we need to understand the multiple levels in terms of the etiology and try to understand what is the biological basis of the disease and identify the molecular signatures of that, and then try to understand the symptomology, and then evolve the treatment strategies and treat the patients, and again you come back. The greatest advantage of Siemens is that we get to see the patients and also we work in the lab, and then we also have the biological tissue, that is the brain, which is available for us to do the research. So we do a lot of postmortem brains and we study them in great detail. So all of these antidepressant drugs over a period of time, it has undesirable side effects. And you have the recurrence in spite of the medication. So initially it starts with one drug and then subsequently we have multiple drugs as we use with the multiple doses. And most importantly, it develops the treatment resistance. The pharmacological drug is not going to help in controlling the fits in these individuals. So that means we have to think beyond what we are thinking and what we are treating when it comes to the epilepsy. So in that direction, now what is extremely important is the management of the stress and also providing an extremely good environment with a good nutrition. Each one of them will have a significant impact on the to overcome the epilepsy associated symptoms. So for that, in our neuro rehabilitation setup and the psychiatric rehabilitation setup, and we use the different kinds of modalities of the better management of patients, not in addition to the pharmacological drugs, what we are going to use, we have a psychological management, we have different kinds of cognitive therapies which we perform, and various kinds of the environment and the nutrient diets which we provide. Each one of them have a significant impact on reducing the seizure intensity and also better management. So taking our needs from the patients in our rehabilitation setup. So what we have done is we try to mimic the environment in which you are going to have a comprehensive, a global kind of an approach in which different regions of the brain can be activated at different time points, and thereby the overall ability and the resilience of the brain activity and brain functions can be managed better. And that's called the enriched environment. So I call it as a Disney world of the rats, because we use the laboratory animals rats to understand the complexity associated with the environmental changes, how it can impact onto the brain network and the brain connectivity, including epilepsy. And you will try to understand each one of them in a while I'm focusing. What most important is that all these the non-pharmacological tools, including enriched environment, it may be yoga or meditation or different kinds of activities. It takes a lot of time, but epilepsy is a very rigorous neurological disorder. We need to control the seizures as early as possible, because it will have a large impact on the damaging the brain tissue. So for that, we need to initially use the anti-epileptic drugs, minimum or a 3 months period. Also, and parallelly, you evolve various types of pharmacological tools. So we study multiple drugs, but my drug of interest and choice is only one. So whenever you have the epileptic seizures, you have a large quantum of the neurotransmitters are released specifically in the hippocampus, in the temporal lobe epilepsy. The transmitter called as the glutamate. And here, what I am going to do is you can selectively block the mobilization of the synaptic vesicles and the release of neurotransmitters, that's glutamate. So every time you have an abnormal activity in the desynchronous activity generated in the brain, you have the more electrical activity generated in the hippocampus, thereby you have more release of neurotransmitter receptors. So if you could control the release of the neurotransmitter, so there is the control of the seizures as well. Of course, we study multiple components, but today I am going to take only one topic. And what is most important is that is it possible for us to control the seizures by anti-epileptic drugs, with a new intervention drug, what I am using it, and also in addition to that, over a period of time, you adopt the enriched environment in combination of both of them. You are having a global plasticity in the different regions of the brain and selective degenerative changes which triggers and which occurs in the epilepsy as a resultant of temporal lobe epilepsy. Then both of them, can work in synergy. Thereby, there is a better management and the drug resistance can be reduced in our patients as well. It's a very complex studies and in my lab, once we start the inducing the seizures, it takes about 2.5 months to 3 months, where these animals have to be maintained and we implant the electrodes with the video EEG. We need to monitor the electrical activity for 3 months period while we are doing the treatment and also the seizure durations on each one of them. So essentially, how does this epilepsy is generated? And that's called as the epileptogenesis. And I don't worry about all this technical terminology. And the other thing is that, okay, initially, very robust status epilepticus is induced for a brief period of time. Subsequently, there is no induction of seizures happen. But over a period of time, there is an abnormal network in the hippocampus is generated. It's called the epileptogenesis. There is a latent period is there about it takes about 2 to 3 weeks. You don't get to see any seizure, but by 42 to 45 days, you have spontaneous epilepsy. You might have noticed in the human subjects. So they have one episode of a seizure, and later on they may not have the seizures for 6 months or even for 1 year or for lifetime. You also have the patients, they have one episode of seizure, and then subsequently they have a very robust seizures in every month or something like that. And you also have the individuals in the intractable and also the intractable epilepsies, tonic seizures. You get to see them that every alternative they are in there, every week, they do have the seizures. So it becomes extremely complex and interesting for us to understand. And I think unless we understand the pathophysiology, we are not going to derive a specific treatment strategies. So for that, we need to monitor these animals. So you have, this is the period in which I am going to induce the status epileptic, subsequently 3 to 12 days. You don't get to see a great change occurring in the brain, but you also have a chronic phase that is up to 54 days post the status epilepticus. You do have, there is abnormal electrical activity which is generated and the networks are affected in the hippocampus, and that translates into the spontaneous recurrent seizure. It occurs, at different time points. There is no sequence as such which we could monitor. Okay, so in fact, you could get to see that, just video click mark. Yeah, that's it. So it will mimic the human conditions. Okay, so before we get into the tonic seizures, so you have the facial automatism, and then you have the head nodding and the four limb clonus, and you have the reading and also the falling, which will exactly you get to see that. Okay, when you have the temporal lobe seizures, which you notice in the epileptic individual. Okay. So, and also both in the children and also in the adults, the etiology is different. So we study this one in a great detail, and then we implant the electrodes into the brain. Both the depth electrodes are into the surface of the brain, and with the video you are going to monitor the electrical activity, especially the EEG activity over a period of time or every day. And what you get to see that this is from the cortex, this is the surface of the brain, this is the hippocampus. You get to see that, this is while you have a normal activity of the brain, and then when you have the status epilepticus, you have a full-blown seizures. This is what you get to see, and also between one episode to the other episode, you get to see that there is an heightened or enhanced synchronized electrical activity in the hippocampus. So the characterization we do it at different stage, because while the animals are moving, there are no cables, nothing is there. You have a video EEG, you can record from the laboratory, and thereby you are going to monitor these animals for several weeks as such. And video super click mode. So these are the actual data which you, while these animals are having the seizures, and you will get to see that how the electrophysiological changes is going to occur in the different regions of the brain, specifically in the cortex or in the hippocampus. These are the hippocampus. Can you see here actually before the full-blown seizures, already the electrical activity has occurred much into the right hippocampus and then to the left hippocampus. That's where you have the abnormal electrical activity is generated.
And subsequently, you also have a spread which occurs, it moves into the cortex, that's where you have the motor symptoms associated with epilepsy. So even though it originated from the temporal lobe, this is the hippocampus, it spreads into the sensory cortex and the motor cortex, and motor components are generated, that's why you have the full-blown, the seizures you get to see. Okay. So this monitoring is going to occur not only on one day, it is for about 2 to 3 months, we are going to monitor them, and you need to have a constant monitoring, and every day we have tons and tons of data is generated from individual animals, and we have large number of animals as we use. Very detailed classifications of these electrophysiological signatures has been studied, and we study each one of them. This is what is the baseline, this is the pre-test, that means there is a readiness. Okay, you will get to see that, okay, there is a kind of a current effect. They become blind. In a kind of a blind response, you get to see in the face before they generate the seizures in humans. You will get to see it there. And this is in the ictus, that is the period in which you have the seizures, and this is the post-ictus, so you also have the changes. What most interesting is that specifically in the temporal lobe epilepsy, the origin of epilepsy or observable electrical activity begins from the right hippocampus, and from there it spreads into the left hippocampus and to the sensory and motor cortex. Okay. So I'm not going to the details of these components. I appreciate that. If anybody is interested, and you will have my email, and you can communicate to us. And if anybody is very keen, they should, in fact, they should visit our lab. You'll get to see all these things, what is happening. Both in the patient samples, if you have an interest, you can see that. And if you are interested to do some experiments, and you please join our lab. So I have 1 more minute, and I'm going to conclude very soon. And I'm very sure that these kind of an experiment. And what most important is that how the spread occurs. So for that we have a specific tools and the EEG map, which we do it on the different regions of the brain, and then how the degeneration is going to occur. What is most important and interesting is that, so for the want of time, I'm not going to get into the treatment regimes and the complexities associated with the management of epilepsy. What is most interesting is that whatever the initial electrophysiological changes are biochemical changes that translates into the neurodegeneration, a selective degenerative changes occurs in the brain. That is the reason why you have the recurrent seizures is going to occur spontaneously in our life at different points of time. So it becomes extremely important how you are going to manage that. So for the management of the epilepsy, you have the pharmacological tools are extremely important. Initial phase of our treatment is the pharmacological, no other alternative is available. Pharmacologically, you control the seizures. Subsequently, for the better management of the seizures, you have to have alternative therapies. There are multiple therapies we use and we advocate and we practice. And all of that is available for the better management of the patients of enhance. We have integrated medicine, we have Ayurveda, yoga, and we also have different types of cognitive therapies. And the biological, the tools which we use, and characterize each one of those difficulties what our patients are facing, and try to evolve the various categories. So each one of the slide is one thesis, PhD student thesis. Okay. So I'm sure that if anybody is interested, please be in touch with me, and you are free to visit my lab, or you want to spend some time in the lab, and you are most welcome. I'm very sure that these are the common things which you get to notice in your life as a scientist, as a family member, and you will get to see neighbors who are suffering with epilepsy. You have to treat them and to take them to the neurologist, and if anything support is required from the nurse, and I will be very happy to follow. Then you are stop. Thank you, Dr. Nice presentation. I have a quick question, sir. Is the hot water epilepsy and the regular epilepsy the same mechanism?
So in hot water epilepsy, the prevalence is very, very less, and also we have specifically in the Chamarajanagar district, there is a village, there is a family. It is inherited over generations. From 48 years, we have been studying Professor K.S. Mani, Professor Satish Chandra, and subsequently the new generation. Each one of us, we are monitoring them. So whenever they pour the hot water, or when they take the hot water bath, or even a mild hot water bath, they develop the seizures. In fact, those individuals are brought and they have been monitored with the EEG, and we could identify a specific genes
there is a big anomaly because most of them, there is a concerned marriages in their own family because largely in that entire village, it's kind of a small tribal village, close to the VREs. And we get to see hot water epilepsy in those populations. They are conserved. There is a genetic content, there is a biological signature of CPD study. But if you look at the temporal lobe epilepsy, it also originates in the temporal lobe, both in the hot water epilepsy and this one, but the kind of mechanisms and also the frequency in which you are going to have a sequence are distinctly different. If you don't have the hot water which is poured onto the head, they never generate the epilepsy. But here, it's a spontaneous activity in the temporal lobe epilepsy, that's why it becomes complex. So we need to understand both of them in detail. Thank you very much.
Any other question?
Yeah. Yeah. So now please, you will get to this about that.
Because that's actually, it was from the good response in the society, negative manner. So what are the incidents of suicide in temple?
No, in the temporal lobe epilepsy, all the patients, so say for example, you have 1,000 patients, you get to see roughly about 3 to 5 of them. But if you don't manage them, that's the reason in our lab, we do the AFP test, the autonomic and the pulmonary function test has to be done in these pseudo cases also and in major epilepsy, especially in the temporal lobe epilepsy, who are in the work of developing the drug resistance. You need to evaluate. Even though the disease is brain, the epilepsy is the disease of the brain or the abnormal brain networks. But you also have the rest of the systemic organs are involved in exhibiting the symptoms associated with it. So it becomes extremely important. The physiology is the most key component which we need to understand in great detail. So we get to see that some of the cases.
And since these people won't know any symptomatology for the society, as with chronic seizures, and people won't accept that temporal lobe epilepsy results in suicide. It was difficult for us to do in postmortem brain also.
But in the postmortem brain, I will tell you, in the postmortem brain, because this is a network problem, and this is the epilepsy is the electrophysiological dysfunction. It's a desynchronized activity, abnormal electrical activity generated in certain regions of the brain. It spreads into the brain, and the symptoms are seen systemically. But you don't get to see those electrophysiological signatures until unless you record, like how we record. You don't get to see in the postmortem brain. Postmortem brain, you get to see that all the after effects. And even though we have studied the genes and some of them, in the fresh brain tissues as well.
I think we can discuss in the.
So we continue to discuss it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your excellent presentations and we are highly thankful to you for your.
Thank you, Dr. Shankar. That was wonderful. Very relevant in the translation there. So I would like to invite our next speaker is very little introduction, rather no introduction needed. We call him as a led man of India, has contributed immensely. Professor Venkatesh. We would hear from you for the future directions and how we should go ahead. Maybe we should comment how the future of translation research should look like. Thank you. Please, Terry.
Thank you, Dr. Hari. Thank you, Dr. Ramchandra. My talk is aimed at those who are sitting at the last benches, youngsters. Please listen to me carefully. Can you make it simple? I'll make it very simple. It's a very dry topic, very difficult topic. Future of a scientist like you depends upon how accurately you generate results with high specificity, which will be accepted all over the world. Now, many journals, scientific journals have come forward giving instructions. Unless your measuring system is calibrated, unless your calibration is traceable to international organization, we will not accept your paper. Therefore, the future of all research and clinical laboratories need to get
a third party certification called accreditation, which is global. Changes. What are this? What is this commandment one? It is very simple. All testing research laboratories need to use resources. There are only 8 resources. Whether in your kitchen, in your bathroom, in your laboratory, there are only 8 resources. All these resources will be of high quality to be handled, operated by competent people. You are all competent, no doubt about it. Competence is defined as the combination of 3 things. Your qualification, appropriate qualification, sufficient training, adequate experience. All these 3 put together. Now you look at our professor sitting here. Their qualification is of very high order. Number of training they undergone, number of years of experience they have made them. Dr. Ramchandra very competent. This is when we look at any organization, you have to have you should know what you are going to do, document it as a policy. What you document, you follow and do it, that becomes through a procedure. The procedure should be validated, means published in index journal. Apart from that, it must be verified by the user. For the entire operation of the testing or examination, that system is called quality management system. That is the simplest way of explaining. Next, please. Now, what are the 8 resources? Manpower, woman power. Also, there are more women here. Which partly I want to use 5M, that's why I use manpower. M, woman power, human resources. That human resources must be competent. Number 2, the management. Who is the management? Who are providing funds? HMR, BSP, CSR, who provide funds. They should be committed and passionate. Your management, vice staff should be committed and passionate. Now, unless there's a commitment and passion, at that level, we cannot have anything happen. Then comes the mechanism or machinery. You are a researcher, you are doing some research, halfway through, you hand it over to somebody, you are not able to continue. Now, your seniors are handed over their wisdom to you, you are continuing. That is different. Third, fourth one is methodology. We use a lot of methods. We develop methods. 2 things. We have used already developed method, or we can use developed method in the laboratory. That method should be validated. Validation is a really tough course. People here from some of our research institutes, they know how difficult it is to validate. I went to the Kiran Majumdar's center to check the validation of various new methods you have developed. Then comes material. Any material you get, whether it's a pipette tip or it's a reagent consumables, should be of high quality. Quality here is defined as fitness for purpose. And then QE, apart from 5M, QE, what is equipment? That equipment is used to measure, quantify, it should be calibrated. The environment where you are working will be controlled, monitored, and recorded. Unless you control and monitor, there cannot be any proof that what we are doing will give a good result. Finally, we are talking about artificial intelligence, maybe after 5 years or 10 years, we are going to talk about artificial wisdom. We have not started about thinking about that. That should be reliable. Next, please. Now, what is this commandment 2? Testing research laboratory need to use resources of ensure quality, well-established quality management system, and appropriate policies, procedures. Yes, everything should be documented. Because even if I die tomorrow, what I have done should be carried on by my subsequent generation. And documentation becomes very important. Next, please. Now, policy. We must have a policy. That policy should be developed by the organization or copied from some other organization. This is the third commandment. Fourth commandment. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. I would like to skip the policy. Policy you can read. The next commandment, human resources shall demonstrate the required competence. That competence should be evaluated. That the data should be there. Now, research students will have to be reviewed, checked from time to time by the seniors, and they should be scoring. Okay, with regard to handling, with regard to taking care of your record, translating from one information system to another information system. Like, for example, we screened 23,500 children below 12 years for the lead level between 1995 to 1999 and found that the lead level was about 10 microgram per deciliter, which means the IQ was already getting reduced by 15 to 16 points. Then we brought it to the notice of, we thought that the main source of lead for petrol, we wanted to recommend to the government, they should use unleaded petrol, not lead-free petrol, unleaded petrol. Government would not listen to us. Then I went to one bank, met the vice chair. I said, why do you have dual policy? You have to play with the politics there. And he said, what is the dual policy? I said, for all developed countries, you have unleaded petrol. For developing countries like India and Nepal, Bhutan, Pakistan, you are giving loan to buy petrol and to make leaded petrol. He realized, what is so great about it? We are losing money. I said, we are reducing the intellectual abilities of our children. Then he realized, he asked me to write, I wrote a letter. If developing countries do not introduce unleaded petrol by March 2003, 3 years of given, there will be no more world diaper. Immediately, our government introduced unleaded petrol within 3 months. How it happens? This is transformation. Pressure. We have to bring it. Scientists should work outside before the walls of the laboratory, provided we have a data, reliable data, acceptable data, accurate data that works. That's our job. Next, please. Coming to the skill, I tell you a little bit about skill. All of you youngsters, you are skilled workers. You are competent, but you should be skilled. Skill means competence plus truthfulness in the heart. That's very important. What you speak should be truthful, and you should have courage to speak the truth, whatever may be the condition. When Maggie had led, I went out and gave public, advertisement announcement saying that Maggie has led, don't eat Maggie, don't give Maggie to chew. It has led high concentration. The Nestle company came and approached me. We don't have any lead. Where did you find them? I said, you were started with the masala that contains turmeric powder. You added lead through it. You should have courage to speak out the truth. Don't care. They can't shoot you. They can shoot your knowledge and your wisdom. They may shoot you. But remember, courage and speak out the truth. That is the skill. Next, let us move on to the next commandment. Of course, competence assessment. There are several ways of conducting competence assessment. Lack of time. You can refer to this reference 5.1.6 in ISO standard, international standard for medical laboratory competence and quality. Now, public about the research laboratories also for good laboratory practices. Go to the next commandment. Please move on to the next one. Commandment 4. You see, custodians of research organization. Who is the custodian? Here I tell you, shall have commitment and passion. I always remember the chair on which we used to sit. The chair has 4 legs, Your grandfather's chair, 4 legs. Okay, you have one. What is this 4 legs of an institution? Like this university? One leg is the leg of teaching and research. Very important. Students come, teachers are there. That's with one leg, nobody can sit on that chair. Very unstable. Let us put one more leg for research and with requiring the education institution. Even with 2-legged chair, you cannot sleep. You may sit, you cannot sleep on that. There's a 3rd leg. The 3rd leg is called service. Any institution, apart from teaching and research, learning and you must have service to the community. Okay, most of us we serve. There's a 4th leg. That leg is the only leg which makes that the institution or the chair stable, sustainable. That 4th leg is from people like Ramchandra, Mali. They have given what is their commitment and passion. That commitment and passion should come in you. Extras, I tell you, it's not easy. It needs your lifetime determination to have commitment and passion to develop, to generate data which is accepted by TO or GATT. It is all international requirement policies to transfer knowledge, information. Today we are talking about intellectual property rights. All this will be possible. I tell you, how many of our academicians got patents? Tell me. Engineers have lots of patents, but not the medical basic sciences. We need to have patents that requires the courage to speak out the truth and get it approved. Next, management has to have a commitment. Let's go to the next one. Commandment 5 talks about all methodologies you are using should be validated before using it. You must verify. You want car manufacturer says it gives 30 kilometers per liter. He has validated, but have you verified? You buy equipment. Next generation sequencing, very expensive. You want to buy, they have validated, have you verified? This verification is very important. Our responsibility to sustain. Next, go to the next one. This when you go to the verification and validation, you get a lot of import guidelines from ISO 15189 standard. But 15189 means first two digit 15 is for medical, clinical, last two digit 89 is the guide, is advised by the committee. Central digit one is for human tissue in vitro diagnostic only. Now, Madam was talking about bedside, that humans, at that level, at that trial, the patient become the subject and tests are conducted at the bedside a point of care testing. Next, go to the next one. Commandment 6 is very easy to remember. All measurement calibration must be traceable to standard international units. Where is this kept? In this National Institute of Standards and Traceability, that is done. And through an unbroken chain of traceability, how do you know what you measure is accurate? You have a weighing machine. My wife was very happy as long as it was showing a lower weight. The moment it shows the highest weight, we had horizontal use this nonsense. Get one from America, I went to US, we got one weighing machine, that was showing much higher than. See that this is not good. Now, why? How do you know what you are measuring is correct, accurate? Now, what you measure should be having a known uncertainty. Better to be uncertain. Is it better to be uncertain about certainty or certain about uncertainty? This question. It's always better to be certain about the uncertainties in life. Then only you will be able to track. If my thermometer, my calibrator is not giving accurate result, if you are when you buy gold, you are so careful. The hallmark gold, you use metal balance because it's more sensitive. It's traceable to the list standard. Through unbroken chain of traceability. Next one. If this is all, your research organization at the bottom, then the research side, traceable to calibration laboratory, which has a lower uncertainty, which is traceable to a national physical laboratory in Delhi, that is traceable to BIPM, which is in France, that BIPM, which is under CIPM, that is traceable to this. This is this unbroken chain of traceability, wherein the measurement uncertainty keeps on reducing. It becomes more and more accurate. That is our perfection. Next, please. When we Amendment 7, quality management system shall comply with this international standard ISO 15189, ISO 15190, ISO 17025, standard. Very easy to implement. It's not difficult to understand. And we should know that standards exist and we should have a copy of the standard every day, every minute when we are doing something, we should comply with the standard. This is another commandment. And then only with this, third party will give and recognize our research center, laboratory, that you have a resources, structural requirement, process, structure, process, outcome is the third party recognition for activity. Next, please. Now, I told you, you will have a traceability of your laboratory when you conform of assessment of some data, animal data, whatever it is. It should be accredited by accreditation body. Accreditation body is accredited by the regional body. Regional body is a member of the international body. The mutual recognition arrangement. You may be in some lab, I am in some lab, I have not seen you, but I see your research paper. If your research paper data says it is accredited, calibrated data, then I know I will believe you straight away. Otherwise, I will question. This is how the international laboratory application cooperation brings all researchers together to have faith and trust and depending upon each other. Okay. Now, Commandment 8, all materials used shall be fit for purpose. Fitness purpose. Doing right thing at right time for right purpose is quality. Doing right thing at right time for wrong purpose is not. There are three types of quality in our country. Europe has only two types of quality: good quality, bad quality. In our country, we have three qualities. What is that? Can somebody guess? Guna. Guna is sadguna, good quality. Durguna, bad quality. Nirguna, in between. That is the quality of the ultimate. Goddess, they're all regulars. We can't imagine how it is achieved. And commandment 9, there shall be a review of all activities covering all processes in the testing and research. This is called audit, that Sharma mentioned, in one of his slides. Audit means, please see what you are supposed to do, are you doing it? What is required, are you doing it? What is required, if you are not doing, it becomes non-compliant. What is not required, if you do, it becomes an error. What you should not do, if you do it, it becomes an error. We have to brush our teeth every morning. If we don't brush our teeth, it is a non-compliant. But if you brush your teeth with your brothers or sisters, toothbrush, it becomes an error. That is an error. And commandment 10, finally, regular auditing shall be in place. If we can follow this 10 commandments, your paper will be published without foreign, European or American counterpart in that. I wanted to publish a paper in JAMA about 8 years ago. They refused because there was no American author. When I included an American author, first thing he asked me, do you have your equipment calibrated? I repeated the data, it came all right. Then he became a co-author, then it was published. I tell you, for Indians and Chinese, for people from Southeast Asia, unless you have some author, co-author, they will not know what you have done. The moment you put your name, your paper is published. But that day has gone. Now, if your laboratory test methodology is accredited by third party, like accreditation body like the or QAR, I tell you, you can hold your head high. Thank you very much. Therefore, audit is systematic, independent, documented process for evaluating objectively. To determine the extent to which the criteria, standards are fulfilled. With this, what is that? We are going to have, we get the third party certification for what? To hold our head high. Okay, resource activity results, the structural requirement, not building walls, window. Structural requirements are all resources leading to processes resulting in outcome. That outcome is there. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation, sir. Anybody wanted to have any discussions here?
If I were to be in your audience, I would ask how much it would cost for me to get my research laboratory methodology certificate. It doesn't cost. It's an investment. If you don't, it will cost more. What lack of quality costs more? Let us remember. Because you waste all the regions, time, resources, and if it is not published, not accepted.
This kind of talk is very essential for our younger generation, even the seniors also, because unless we maintain the quality and audited, verified, and it's very difficult to not only publish, it to survive in the communities and in the community. Thank you for your wonderful talks. The next speaker is Dr. Alpana Sharma from AIMS Delhi.
Alpana is coming from the language department of medical sciences in Delhi, and she has multiple students completed PhD under her guidance, and will be listening to some of his work now, which is more in the platinum of the pleasure. It is quite relevant for the current situation. Please, progress.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Malini, Dr. Medha, and Dr. Guru, who is giving me this opportunity to be here, and my chairpersons who are there to assist my talk. So today I'm going to speak on potential therapeutic target in urothelial carcinoma of bladder, that is BSF1A hippopathway link.
So. Okay. So we all know that bladder cancer occurs when cells of urinary bladder undergo a transformation whereby they grow and multiply without normal control. So the incidence is 10 most common cancer around the world and 6 most commonly diagnosed cancer in men worldwide. In India, we have approximately 19,000 new cases and out of that 10,000 die every year. And the incidence rate is much higher in males, that is 2.4% and 0.7% in females. So the staging system is defined on the basis of the extent of invasion to different layers on the of the bladder. And here the histopathological grading is done depending upon the extent of differentiation. That is low grade is well differentiated and high grade is moderately and poorly differentiated. There are various factors. We know cigarette smoking, occupational exposure to the textile, rubber, dye industry, chemotherapy drugs like cyclophosphamide, urinary stones for many years causes inflammation may cause bladder cancer, and genetic mutations are known. Diagnosis and treatment of bladder cancer involve in the detection by urine cytology, cystoscopy and biopsy, intravenous pyelogram, and then finally CT, MRI or PET CT. Treatment mainly involve transdigital dissection, cystectomy, chemotherapy, radiation, or maybe chemoradiation both. So what is the shortcoming of treatment strategy? We know the widely adopted regimen is for metastatic, and we should know that this bladder cancer is notorious to metastasize. So in metastatic TCC treatment is MVEC, that is methotrexate, vinblastine, adriamycin, and cisplatin. These regimens demonstrated initial high response rate, that is 40 to 70%, but the median progression free survival and overall survival was short. So which indicate that there is a highly chemo-resistant disease upon relapse. So currently there is no standard of care in the second line setting, although people have started the blockade therapy for this bladder cancer, but it's still the survival is not very good. So we all know that normal cells, even by genomic stability or alteration in epigenetic enzymes, maybe DNA methylation, histone modifications, or in genetics, point mutation, deletion, and amplification can cause these diseases for the abnormal transformation. So aberrant epigenomics contribute to various phases of neoplastic development, that is initiation, promotion, invasion, metastasis, and chemoresistance. And silencing of tumor suppressant genes by epigenetic modification is a fundamental inactivation mechanism of genes in the pathogenesis of this cancer. So my lab has worked on RESF1A. RESF1A is a RES association domain family 1A, is a tumor suppressor protein, and RESF gene lies on the third chromosome short arm, and it has approximately 11,000 base pair. And it has 8 isoforms which are generated from RESF1A to RESF1H on the basis of their splicing. It has various domains: SH3 domain, zinc finger domain, RES, association domain, and SARA domain. They can have some effector functions like apoptosis, the autophagy, cell cycle control, microtubule dynamics, and other genomic stability. So what does this receptor do? When it gets activated, it can affect cyclin D1, downstream these molecules can be affected, and then it can have a effector function like cell cycle arrest, mitotic arrest, migration, or apoptosis. What is echo pathway? It is first been discovered in Drosophila, and it regulates cell proliferation and cell death. And the pathway is conserved. And pathway regulates cell proliferation and cell death. So in this echo pathway, if ligand bind to the receptor, it can activate MSC, LEDs, and finally YEP, which can have further effector function on the target genes. Well, what is the crosstalk of echo pathway and receptor signaling? When receptor gets activated, it can affect MSC, it can activate LEDs, which can further phosphorylate YEP, and this YEP can have different functions like CYR61 and AREC, these are the target genes. CTGF is connective tissue growth factor. CYR61 is cysteine rich endogen factor, and AREC is empty. So what is the rationale? So we pose a question that does effect of receptor-1A on oncogenic target, that is AREC, CTGF, and CYR61 via HIPPO pathway may explore some novel therapeutic targets. So for this, we have planned our study in two ways, one in the patient sample, the other one in the in vitro study. For this, we recruited 50 bladder cancer samples, out of which 15 were all low grade and 35 were high grade. So to begin with, first, because reserve-1A and 1C isoform has been reported in the literature in different solid tumors. So we first checked their mRNA expression, reserve-1A and reserve-1C, and we found reserve-1A has very low expression and reserve-1C have not shown much significant difference. Since this is a tumor suppressor gene, we have seen its hypermesis methylation status, and we found that out of 28 patient samples, tumor tissue is in hypermethylation, out of which in the high-grade tumor, we had 71.4% hypermethylation. Then we have checked their protein status also. So what is the protein expression by Western blot? There we found that yes, the expression was low in tumor tissue as compared to normal tissue. The normal tissue is the adjacent normal tissue from the same fish, which was histopathologically confirmed. Then we have also seen their ISC was done, and there we have seen the expression of protein in their tissue, and there we found that yes, the high grade and low grade tumor have shown very less expression of reserve-1A as compared to the normal tissue. It means that the tumor suppressing gene was down-regulated. Then we have seen these molecules, downstream molecules of HIPPO pathway, that is YF and MST, and the target gene, downstream target gene, that is CYR61, CTGF, and AREC. And we found that YF and downstream targets, CYR61, CTGF, and AREC, they were found to be upregulated in the tumor tissue. Then we trace the HIPPO pathway molecules in these patient samples, and there we have seen that yes, the phosphorylated MST, that is the activated form in the tumor tissue, was lower. Same, the phosphorylated YF, it was also lower, but the CTGF, CYR61 have shown higher expression in this tumor tissue as compared to normal tissue. Then again, we have confirmed by histopathological studies, and there we found that the expression of these molecules, and we have quantified by IRS scoring, we found that yeah, that is the first one, the second one, yeah, so, and the downstream target CYR61, CTGF, and AREC have shown higher protein expression. When we correlated the data, we found the reserve-1A is negatively correlated with the CTGF and CYR61 at mRNA level, and at protein level, it has been negatively correlated with YAP, CTGF, and CYR61. So this was about patient where we have found that here reserve-1A was low, hence their downstream process molecules YAP and MST has shown higher low expression, whereas the downstream target genes have shown higher expression. So we did the study in the in vitro in bladder cancer cell, the HT1376 cell line and T24 cell line. These are metastatic hybrid cell lines procured from the ATCC. And then we have seen first of all, we have checked what is the status of reserve-1 in this cell line. And there we found that there was no expression in this cell line also. So what can we do? And we have seen the methylated status also, which was very high in these cell lines. So then we overexpress the reserve-1A in the CMV promoter and vector using lipofectamine. And then we have checked that yes, what happened to reserve-1A, and we found that reserve-1A in the transfected cell has been increased, and all the parameters like phosphorylated MST, which were lowered, has been increased. The phosphorylated YF, which were lowered earlier, has increased, whereas the target genes have down low expression. That is CTGF and CYR as compared to the mock and the control. We did this transcription study and we have seen in the time dependent, we found that 748 and 72 are such of the same results. Then we have seen the effect of this reservoir on proliferation on cell cycle. And then we did the cyclin B1 expression also and see the pH analysis. And we have found that reservoir overexpression reduced proliferation and arrested bladder cancer cells at G0, G1 phase. Then what we thought that yes, when we have overexpressed the SFA, it is showing good result. So the overexpression on sensitivity of these cells to chemotherapeutic drugs is platinum and doxorubicin water. First of all, we have done the MTT, and then we have chosen that yes, control has been doxorubicin and is cisplatin used with the transstructed cells, that is with the overexpressed these cell lines. The reservoir overexpression potentiates standard drug-induced cell apoptosis in bladder cancers. Then we thought, yes, we have increased the reservoir, we can use, shall we use the inhibitor and recheck what has happened. So we have used the deoxycytidine, that is the deseclavir, which is a demethylating agent and an inhibitor of DNA methyl transferase. And this, when we have used this drug on these cell lines, then where the reservoir expression and other. So reservoir expression and methylation status was seen, hypopathway molecules were traced, and effect of deseclavir on cell proliferation and cell cycle was checked, and effect of deseclavir on enhancing the sensitivity of cells to chemotherapeutic drugs was also checked. For this, again, we have done the MTT assay of deseclavir and 1 micromolar for HT1376 and 5 micromolar for T24 cells. Then when we have used this deseclavir, we found very good results. The reservoir which were earlier low has restored in this cell line after using the deseclavir, and then which we have confirmed by Western blot in both the cell lines and found that yes, reservoir was higher. And again, we have checked the methylation because that only tells us that these chemosuppressive genes which are earlier methylated has been unmethylated, and the unmethylated status has been increased. An expression of hypopathway again traced in these cells after using this inhibitor, and we have found that where we have used the inhibitor in those cell lines, the reservoir was higher. Again, the phosphorylated MST and phosphorylated EF, which was the activated cell signaling molecules, are increased, and the CTGF and the CYR61, the target genes were lower. So this further tells us that deseclavir treatment upregulated reservoir expression and reduced hypopathway target genes in the bladder cancer cells. Then the expression of hypopathway molecules in these T24 cell lines has almost same results as we have seen in ST12376. And these cell cycle analysis after deseclavir treatment in cell lines were used to see that whether the cell line has the cell cycle has been effective or not, and we found that deseclavir treatment arrested bladder cancer cells at G2 phase. Then effective combination treatment of deseclavir. Only deseclavir will not cure the cancer, so we have used the deseclavir with the standard drug, that is the cisplatin or doxorubicin. And there we have found that combination of deseclavir potentiates effects of the standard drug by reducing proliferation of bladder cancer cells. Then cell cycle analysis was also traced, and there again we have found a combination of deseclavir with standard drug induced apoptosis of bladder cancer cells and arrested cells in G2 phase. So T24 also we have done this. And finally, we found that yes, the chemosensitivity of drug is increased when used in combination with deseclavir. So finally, I'm going to summarize now. So expression of reservoir was low due to promoter hypermethylation and showed significant correlation with disease severity. Among hypopathway, the EF at mRNA and protein was higher, and decreased protein expression of phosphorylated MST was observed in bladder cancer tissue. Among downstream organic targets, the CTGF and CYR61 showed higher mRNA and protein expression, and treatment of bladder cancer cells with deseclavir or overexpression of reservoir leads to restoration of reservoir followed by activation of hypopathway and decreased expression of oncogenic target genes.
So combination treatment of desitamine with cisplatin doxorubicin leads to enhanced cytotoxicity of drugs to these cells. So here I would like to conclude that modulation of hippo pathway through receptor-1A established them as a key player in tumor progression. Receptor-1A hippo pathway link may be explored as an attractive target for desitamine, which might further help in augmenting cytotoxicity of drugs, and thus combination treatment of chemotherapeutic drugs along with desitamine may be used as an adjuvant therapy to have better outcome in future. So this desitamine is under clinical trials in few of the cancers. So this is the first time which we reported in bladder cancer cells, and we have published. She is my PhD student who has worked for this work. And this is my team. I would like to acknowledge my collaborators who has generously given the samples, the tumor tissue and non-tumor tissue, and Professor Sandeep Mathur, who has had drugs in ISC study and funding agency. And this is my group where Madhuram is here and other students are there. Half of the students are working on bladder cancer, half of the students are working on multiple myeloma. I work in two teams. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Quick questions? One or two?
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Just wanted to know that, have you checked the effect on the microenvironment on the caps or users?
That we are not focused. One of my students is working on T memory cells. So maybe in next meeting I can present that.
And the software is that like the same work which you need to work, which is the accessibility. So also the resources which we see in TV are typically so in that area also.
Yes.
Okay, we have to carry on the week of time because there is a inaugural session. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Mr. Savita Yadav, again from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, pioneer medical institution in India at Delhi. Dr. Savita Yadav is no. Oh, is it? Can you rapidly finish it?
Yeah, she told me that try to finish it in 10 minutes.
All right, do that.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Malini, Dr. Guru Shankara, and Dr. Veda, who has worked because of her I'm here, because she literally convinced me to come and present my report. And I would like to thank Dr. Ramchandra and Dr. Hari, chair sessions. I'm going to speak about overexpression of FGF8 protein and how it aids in progression of epithelial ovarian cancer. See, since they have told me to finish it in 10 minutes, so I'll skip the slides. I'll say it's a silent killer and then it is diagnosed only at the 3rd and 4th stage. It is not diagnosed early. And incidences are very high. It is 7th most common cancer in women in birth and 8th most common cause of death from cancer in women. But and you can see that incidences are increasing and will increase by 2040. So this is also statistics at a glance, which you can see it in some of the websites or notebook. I'm skipping it. This is the risk factor. Various risk factors are there which are responsible for getting ovarian cancer. Now, see why it has been detected late, because whatever clinical manifestations are there, like weight loss or frequent need to urinate, we don't see that what is happening. These symptoms are overlooked by the clinics. So it is not diagnosed early. Another reason for not getting it diagnosed early is we do not have proper good biomarkers. Only CA125 is there. CA125 is not very specific. Sometimes it gives positive result, and sometimes even in early cases it don't give positive results. And along with CA125, it is necessary to have pelvic examination, pelvic ultrasound, transvaginal ultrasound, these tests are not primary health centers, and females have some privacy issues. So rural females are not able to go to the hospital and get them checked. And usually when they have what more symptoms, they come to the hospital, and there at that time they are either at stage 2 or stage 4. Their survival rate is very less. So they are at the crossroads. Then what to do? Should I go for chemotherapy? Should I go for surgery? And then patient with burden of ovarian cancer is at the crossroads. So it is very important to have why it is. So see, our lab thought that why not to work on saliva, because saliva is just like a blood, and then getting any diagnostic marker from saliva will be useful, because you can make a kit just like a pregnancy kit or like that. So we started working on saliva. We wanted to get biomarker from the saliva, and ICMR was kind enough to fund us for this project. And what we have done, what our study plan was, that we have done proteomics, and through proteomics we were able to get differentially expressed proteins. So since it was only in saliva, we wanted to validate, like Dr. Pupil said, that validation is very important. So for validation, we have chosen Western blot, RT-PCR, ELISA, and IHC. So this was study plan for saliva. This is exclusion and inclusion criteria. This is the demographic and clinical characteristic. I'm moving fast because the organizers asked me to finish it fast. So we have run 4 set of experiments in differential proteomics, out of which 12 gels were generated. And we have used flow genesis Salesforce software to get the differentially expressed spot, and these spots were identified by Margit of MS and protein peptide mass peptide descent. And then we got 43 differentially expressed protein. Out of 43 differentially expressed proteins, 17 proteins were down-regulated, and rest of the proteins were up-regulated. So our now aim was to see, we cannot work on all 43 proteins. So aim was to get the proteins which were playing some role in ovarian cancer. So we decided to work on lipocalin, and then indolamine 2,3 dioxinase 1 and fibroblast growth factor 8. So today I'm going to speak about FGF8 only, and then we also decided to work on multimarin 1. Multimarin 1, I have already presented this work in previous IABS meeting, so I won't be speaking anything about multimarin 1 today. I'll be speaking only about FGF8. Now, FGF8 is a 24 kilodalton protein, and it plays, it's a growth factor. It plays an important role in cell growth, morphogenesis, tissue repair, etc. And it interacts with the heparin sulfate, and after interacting with the heparin sulfate and many receptors, it activates signaling cascades. And these signaling cascades are important for what increase cell proliferation, survival, and migration. So nothing was known about it in ovarian cancer, so we wanted to study that what is happening to this protein in ovarian cancer. Since we have done it, we started this work with saliva. So question was that is it a fluke? What we are is whatever we are getting in saliva is just by chance, or is it really true? So what we had to do, that we had to see the expression of this protein in tissue also. So we have done Western blot. We have checked it in saliva, and then we checked it in tissue also. I'm not this, I'm like this. We checked it in tissue also, and then we saw that in tissue also FGF8 is overexpressed. Then we have done ELISA. See, these whatever proteomics I have done in 26 samples. So if I do ELISA in those 26 samples, my results are not validated. So what I have done, I have taken 40 blind samples to see whether I'm getting similar result as I got it in saliva of those 26 patients. And I was very happy to see that I got results which are in accordance with saliva. You can see that with increase in ovarian cancer stage, the FGF8 concentration is also increasing. You can see that in saliva in blind samples. So it is not by chance, definitely. Whatever increase is there, that increase is there in tissue and that is appearing in saliva. Then we wanted to see whether mRNA expression is there in tissue or not. So we took ovarian cancer tissue and then with RT-PCR and we got, again, the results were in accordance with what we got in saliva. The FGF8 expression was increasing in ovarian cancer with stage. So this result also validated our results, what we got in saliva. Then we wanted to see whether it is there in tissue, expression is there in tissue. Also, Dr. Sandeep Mathur helped us, and then we saw that yes, expression of FGF8 is more in ovarian cancer. So these results prove that whatever we were getting in saliva is not by chance. Definitely, whatever is coming in saliva is coming through tissue, and tissue also we are getting the same result. Now, problem was that while we were working, COVID came and then we were not able to collect saliva. It became impossible to collect saliva in those 2 years. So we decided that why not to shift a little bit. See, we wanted to work on these proteins only, that why not to look at the mechanistic aspect of FGF8 multinurin so that it can be used as diagnostic as well as therapeutics. So we wrote a project to serve and then fortunately, our project got supported by SERP to work on multinurin 1 and FGF8. And we have silenced FGF8 in SCOPE3 cell lines. And after silencing, we wanted to see that what is happening to cell viability and cell adhesion. We did MTP assay, and then you can see that cell viability is reduced by silencing, and even cell adhesion is an important property of cell lines because if they don't adhere to metal ECM, they won't be able to proliferate cancer. So these two properties, we saw that in silent cell, these two properties were reduced. Then we wanted to see, we did cell scratch assay. We wanted to see that what is happening if we make a scratch, whether these cells are migrating, either they are filling the womb. So you can see that in this picture that in control, the migration of cells or the towards the womb was more in control, and it was with time it was less. It was reduced in the cancer cell lines. So this also supports our theory that it is playing an FGF8 is playing an important role in proliferation of ovarian cancer. Again, we studied migration and inversion also, and then you can see that in FGF8 silent cells, migration and inversion is also reduced. So all these properties which are responsible for proliferating cancer are reduced in silent cells. So even apoptosis was staged in case of this. So with this, I can conclude that FGF8 expression is associated significantly with the tumor rate. You can see that in early tumor it was less, and then when tumor was at stage 4, it was more. So it can be explored as a screening biomarker for early detection of ovarian cancer. So my lab is working toward making a panel of biomarkers, like I'm working on lipocalin, I'm working on multinurin, I'm working on FGF8 and indole 3-oxygenase to see whether in saliva we can use these 4 proteins as a panel of biomarker to detect ovarian cancer at an early stage. And another aspect what we are working on, we want to see therapeutics like multinurin inhibitor. We have already designed through structure, and then that inhibitor we are going to put it in animals and see whether does these proteins have some therapeutic values also. So this is my future line of work, which may be I have already done proteomics of these silent cells to see the overall view of signaling pathway in case of or silencing of FGF8 or multinurin. So this is future work, and maybe in the next meeting I'll be able to present it here. And I would like to thank my team I'm not able to use this now. Okay. Okay, he's Abhinav, he has worked on cell line work, he's Vinita, he has worked on saliva work. And Vikrant is working on FGF proteomics. And I would like to thank my collaborator, Dr. Alpana Sharma, who provided me cell culture facility. Dr. Sandeep Mathur with the pathology, histopathology, immunohistochemistry slides, and Dr. J.B. Sharma, who provided me saliva samples and other tissue samples. And I thank ICMR and SCRB for funding my work. And thank you so much for patiently listening. And I'm sorry that I had to hurry up because of the advice by the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for the excellent presentation with even with the 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Any discussion questions, you can have it in lunchtime. So now it's run out of time. Yeah. The next session will start soon. Inaugural session. Thank you for all the speakers for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Now I request the chairperson to hand over the certificates to the speakers.
All of you can have.
Yes.
You guys can come.
Now I request Dr. Amrita Velisi, Associate Professor, Genetics and Genomics, to present the certificates to the chairperson.
You guys. Thank you.
Professor N. V. Ramachandran, I request Amrita ma'am to present the certificates to the chairperson. Thanks for chairing such. Thank you so much. So now we start off with the inaugural function. Please stay. dignitaries. I request all the dignitaries raise the dais. I welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Hemant Kumar Ji, sir, former Vice Chancellor, Professor Rangappa, Dr. Manjunath sir, Harish Sharma sir, and our chairperson, Professor Manvi. Namaste, good afternoon, happy Onam, and a very warm welcome to the inaugural program of First South Zone Conference of Indian Academy of Biomedical Science and International Symposium on Translational Research. To begin the program, we'll now have invitation talk by Kamdaya, followed by Nadavite from the first year students of the Sureshwaram Shri Gajanayutam Ganeshwaram Bhajami Sargadam Sureshwaram Shri Gajanayutam Ganeshwaram Achendra Purita Vigneshwaram Achendra Purita Vigneshwaram Achendra Purita Vigneshwaram Ganadi Sarvuta Padavadvaram Ganadi Sarvuta Padavadvaram Kunjana Vanjana Chaturakaram Guru Buhari Gutta Pranavakaram Kunjana Vanjana Chaturakaram Guru Buhari Gutta Pranavakaram Gajanayutam Ganeshwaram Gadami Sarkatam Sureshwaram Shri Gajanayutam Ganeshwaram Ganeshwaram Ganeshwaram. Everyone, please stand up to respect to the moderator. Jaya Thank you, everyone. So many distinguished guests on this occasion. It is a pleasure for all of us. I request our respected chairperson, Professor S. Malina, to afford the ceremonial welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to all the dignitaries, confederates, and confederates, delegates from different parts of the country, my colleagues from sister department, students, scholars, a warm welcome to all of you. I welcome all of you to the first South Zone Conference of Indian Academy of Biomedical Sciences, organized by the Department of Genetics and Genomics, University of Mysore. Translational genomics aims to improve human health by building on discoveries made through genetic research and applying them in the clinical practice. This progress has been made possible by technological advances in the genomics and analytics and by the digital revolution. A deeper understanding of the link between genome-wide sequence and association with well-characterized phenotypes will empower the development of biomarkers in diagnosis, inform disease progression, and allow better targeting of drugs of the treatment to the patient. Translational research where bridges discovery to candidate health application or bench to bedside. Translational research would be evaluating gene environment interaction or evaluating the functions of genomic variants. Translational research evaluates the clinical utility of candidate genomic application to clinic practice. The goal of translational medicine in academia and industry are complementary and should benefit the common man healthcare benefits. So, to this auspicious occasion, it's a great pleasure for me to invite all the dignitaries. First of all, it's a great occasion, and I would like to invite and welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Hemant Kumar. He is a great administrator, a man of simplicity, knowledge, intelligence, and innovative qualities. And Sir is alumni of University of Mysore. He served as the chairperson of Department of Computer Science, 2 terms, and as a coordinator of IOE. And also he worked the Chinese program, he did MOU, and he was able to get more than 10 crores in that MOU. And Sir is a founder for many first in the state university,
Among them, the first one is a career hub for the skill development. What the entire country is talking about NEP or skill development that has been already started in our university. It is the first of its kind. And sir started engineering college. Nowadays, you must be knowing the financial crisis. So in order to uplift status quo, so he has started new courses, professional courses. And more than that, we the teachers from the University of Mysore, we are very grateful sir in our lifetime because we have given promotion which was very from 8 to 10 years, and always in our lifetime we are very much grateful to you sir. Sir, you are the inspiration for all of us. With these few words, I would like to welcome to you, sir, on behalf of University as well as from the Department of Genetics and Genomics to grace this auspicious occasion. I request Dr. Chaitra to hand over the bouquet to us. And really, today I feel I am really blessed because we have an eminent personality, a man who has gone to serve the society. That's my opinion. His work has some meaning and he is doing. And he brought lives to lakhs of people, families, dependents, the patient who are suffering from cardiovascular problem. And you must be knowing he is none other than Dr. C.L. Manjunath, sir, Director of Cardiovascular Sciences and Research Institute. And sir has got many awards, Padma Shri Award, Rajya Sabha Award, Dronacharya Award. Sir, more than all this, even more than Nobel Prize, sir, you won the heart of everyone. And you are in the heart of all of us, entire Karnataka, people of Karnataka, national and international. And that is more than any award in the, so that's what we think. And sir, you are a role model to many people, many government official officers who want to serve the society. And you must be knowing how difficult to achieve the things in a government sector. And you have eliminated the Jayadeva Cardiology Institute at a corporate level. When you visit, we don't find any difference between whether it is a government hospital or a corporate sector. That shows we can't, in words, we can't explain. And sir, we are all very grateful to you, sir. And it's a pleasure for us to have you as a guest and you are gracing this occasion. And apart from that, we are all thankful to your parents, your family members, those who are inspiring you to take up such a societal activity. On this great occasion, I welcome you, sir, on behalf of University of Mysore and from the department, and I request Dr. Patiwal to hand over the bouquet. So we have today for the inaugural session, we have another eminent personality, Dr. Harish Sharma, biomedical scientist, Department of Pathology and Clinical Bioinformatics, Erasmus University Medical Center, Rotterdam, from the Netherlands, and is the founder of this Society of Biomedical Research in India. On behalf of all of us, and from the University of Mysore, and from the Department of Genetics and Genomics, heartily welcome to you. Today, to grace this occasion, we have former Vice Chancellor of Karnataka State Open University and former VC of University of Mysore, Dr. K.S. Rangappa is with us, and is the President of Indian Science Founders Association and is a fellow of Royal Society. And sir has got over more than 700 new biomolecules has been synthesized in his laboratory targeting the cancer. And he has been among the top 2% of world scientists in the field of organic chemistry in his Stanford University. And sir has published more than 60 research papers, 150 research papers. He has patented papers, and he has got a 10 patent, 10,700 citation, and head index is 53. That shows his research. And surveyed with more than 60 students of PhD, and few more are working. And with this brief introduction, heartily welcome to you, sir, on behalf of the university and from the Department of Genetics and Genomics. And to grace this occasion, we have many eminent seniors, personality, Venkatesh sir, Chaitra Narayan sir is here, and Professor N. Ramachandra, from the Chairperson of the Genetics and Genomics Department, and Sir Surapata is a former we see answer is this occasion. We have people from all over the country, all the delegates, dignitaries, and people from professors from sister departments, Dr. Subramanya Kadide, Dr. Amritavani, Dr. Tejas, and all our colleagues, research scholars, students, all are here, media persons, and all are here to bless this occasion to be the witness of this program. I welcome all of you once again for this 2 days feast of knowledge. Definitely you will enjoy. With this, I welcome one and all, and thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. A dream doesn't become reality overnight. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. Yes, the curricular we endorsed by our last chairperson, Professor Malini ma'am. It gives me an immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome, ma'am. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say that light and brightness has always been equated with positivity and motivation, and it's seen as the harbinger of good. To start off, we'll have the lamp lighting ceremony. Now I request all the dignitaries to release the Now I request Professor G. Marcel, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Mysore, for the inaugural speech.
Hello, namaskar. I am very happy to inaugurate the first South Zone Conference of Indian Academy of Biomedical Sciences in University of Mysore. This program is being organized by DOIs in Genetics and Genomics and the International Symposium of Translation Research. So I congratulate both the organizations on this occasion. I would like to express my deepest respect to all our distinguished guests on the dais and participants. Since standing before the audience, comprising the individuals with great vision, great wisdom, and experience and achievements is a great honor for me. And dignitaries on the dais, Dr. C.N. Manjunath, Director, Sri Jayadeva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences, Bangalore. He has come all the way from Bangalore. The affection that shows how he has got the affection in the University of Mysore. And my mentor, Professor K.S. Rangappa, former Vice Chancellor of Karnataka State University and University of Mysore. He's always guiding us in different directions, and he is responsible to make this university visible to Karnataka and other places. And also Professor Hari S. Sharma, University of Medical Center, Amsterdam, Netherlands, who have spoken both today on the unit. So I'm very happy you are here. And also Professor S.S. Malini, Chairperson of Genetics, Genomics, from Department of the DOs in Genetics and Genomics. And he is taking care of HRDC and also this department. And she, first of all, I congratulate her for organizing this. And organizing committee and staff, all the staff, research scholars, students of the department, and students from the other department, faculty from the other departments, all the distinguished professors. Professor Surapa is here, former Vice Chancellor of Anna University, and Professor Ramchandra is here, and all other professors. So, and also media persons. I am really happy that Indian Academy of Biomedical Sciences is very appropriately organizing this 2 days symposium on the translation research in the century-old University of Mysore. So I will be highly if I don't mention the name of Dr. Manjunath, Director, Jayadeva Institute, Cardiovascular Science, Karnataka, and he is always with us and with this type of research activities. We are privileged on this day to listen his exemplary speech, who has none other than the Padma Shri awardee and Rathiswara awardee and Dronacharya awardee, and too many for the upload to his credit. Sir, we are really honored by your gracious presence on this occasion, and also because we have another three dignitaries, Sri Rangappa, former Vice Chancellor, and also Sri Hari S. Sharma from Medical Science Amsterdam, and also for all present here to deliver the lectures with a rich experience. So we are aware that the translation research takes the science discoveries made in the lab or clinics and transform them into the new treatments and appropriate medical care that is directly benefits to the users. The Indian Council of Medical Research, Government of India, is an apex body for the formulation and coordination and promotion of the biomedical research. Is one of the oldest medical research bodies in the world. ICMR, while what we call formulating the guidelines highlighted the link between the academia and also medical sciences. Hence, we are very appropriate. It is very appropriate that we will have to look into the clear communication between the academia and medical sciences. I am sure the invited speaker will fill up this gap, and because of the discovery of the new medicines and therapies which has been done carefully by scientific experimentation, development, and evaluation. So I hope this conference aims to bring together the leading doctors, academic scientists, researchers, and practitioners and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovations in the translation research. So I wholeheartedly congratulate the chairperson and faculty and the staff of Genetics and Genomics Department for initiating 2 days events. I wish 2 days deliberations will throw more light on the translation research and relevant to the human health and also welfare. I congratulate once again. I wish the delegates comfortable stay in Mysore University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Hari S. Sharma, University Medical Center, Amsterdam, to speak a few words about the program and its society.
Once again, welcome to all of you on behalf of the IBS, the Indian Academy of Biomedical Sciences, which we started about a little over a decade ago with the headquarters at King George Medical University in Lucknow, with one of my best friends, Professor Basri Nandi, who couldn't join us today because of his health conditions at the moment. It should be all right. An amazing personality. I would like to quickly show you a very small video which was put together very recently, and some of you, those who are the life member of IBS, have seen it, but I would like to show it to the others, those who have not seen that, will introduce who we are, what we have done so far. I'm just trained as a clinical biochemist in India, left India about almost 4 decades ago, but continued coming back to India because of my research area and blood vessels angiogenesis in the cardiovascular system. So I have been to almost every ICC, and Dr. Manjunath I have met at least about half a dozen times in various places, Tirupati, Delhi, and wherever the ICC and CSI was happening. And also you came to Amsterdam with one of the major events, which me and Vivek Gupta was there. You probably did it in a wonderful conference at Amsterdam. So I would like to have this little video to show. If the voice can come there, please switch on the voice as well. Oh, you disconnected that one. Just please, just a short video to. Yeah, please. Can you restart? Yeah.
Most translational research for human health and well-being. The Academy is registered in the Societies Act 1860 of Government of India. The initiative to form the Academy was taken by Professor Hari S. Sharma of University Medical Center, Rotterdam, Netherlands, who has been a great friend of India, organizing international conferences and promoting international cooperation with Indian medical communities. Professor Sharma discussed the details of Professor Abbas Ali Mahdi in 2011 during his visit to King George's Medical University in Lucknow. Thereafter, Professor Mahdi got the Academy registered on 7 February 2012 and established the headquarters of IAS at Lucknow. The main objective of the Academy is to disseminate knowledge and academic excellence in the field of biomedical sciences by bringing basic scientists and clinicians on a common platform. It is hoped that achievements and aspirations of IAS in promoting cutting-edge biomedical research will be attained with the mission, keen interests, and efforts of several scientists involved in India and abroad. The first conference of the Academy was organized at Lucknow by Professor Abbas Ali Mahdi, and it was inaugurated by the then Vice Chancellor of King George's Medical University, Professor D.K. Gupta, in presence of Padma Shri Professor Mahdi Hassan, who was the founder patron of the Academy. Professor Hari S. Sharma is the founder president of the Academy. Thereafter, conferences of the Academy were organized at different places like Aligarh, Hyderabad, New Delhi, Bhavnagar, Srinagar, Trivandrum, Kolhapur, and Lucknow. Moreover, during the Kolhapur conference, for the first time, convocation of the Academy was also held, in which awards and fellowships were given to the esteemed recipients. The Academy also organized a number of mini symposia and conferences for the benefit of the students in different parts of the country, be it at Government Medical College Jammu, Mumbai, Aligarh, Lucknow, Allahabad, Pune, Agra, Pondicherry, Coimbatore, etc. The Academy has instituted numerous awards to recognize and promote talent at every level. Awards in various categories for senior, mid-level, and junior faculty and budding scientists, as also students, are given every year to endorse academic excellence. Some
Some of the notable recipients of the Academy Awards include Padma Bhushan Professor Naresh Trehan, Padma Bhushan Professor S.K. Sabi, Padma Bhushan Professor Dr. Ashok Seth, Padma Shri Professor Saroj Chudamani Gopal, Padma Shri Professor Lalit Kumar, Padma Shri Dr. Balram Bhargav, Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar, Professor Rajiv, Professor R.K. Garg, Professor Rajkumar. The Academy is working in close association with other national and international organizations, including the National Academy of Medical Sciences, India, for academic exchange programs. Moreover, in order to promote scientific interactions locally, IABS has also established centers at some institutions like Department of Biochemistry, MS University, Vadodara, Symposium University, Pune, and recently at Mumbai. Some of the prominent international supporters of the Academy are Professor Lindsay Brown, Australia, Professor Elizabeth Dangle, Germany, Professor Pawan Singhal, Canada, Professor Tarek M. Happy, USA, Professor Chris Mulder, Netherlands, Professor Titus Augustine, UK, Professor Peter van der Speck, Netherlands, Professor Dr. Virendra K. Mishra, UAE, Professor Gustavo Zubieta, Bolivia. Most of them have participated in various conferences of IABS. Indian Academy of Biomedical.
So this is the brief introduction, initiated in 2011 and eventually officially registered in 2012 February. Since then, we have continued many activities, and this is the South Zone meeting, which is being organized by Megha, Dr. Manani, and Guru, three major pillars who have been working very hard to coordinate and bring this beautiful abstract book and putting together a fantastic scientific program. And I see a lot of enthusiasm, and we are very delighted. I'm particularly, flown all the way almost little over 12 hours actually. I flew from Amsterdam to Paris, Paris to Bangalore. And now I'm doing relatively fine because I have slept overnight. So my jet lag is much better now. And yeah, fantastic venue. And I thank particularly the Vice Chancellor of Hemant, with whom I spoke also on phone from Netherlands. And I have been informing him that I'm arriving, and so it was very generous, fantastic. Thank you very much, sir, for all your support to her department and to, in creating this momentum and enthusiasm. It's not only for IBS, it is extremely important for your institution, but also the clinicians around. The idea of academy is very straightforward, very simple, very transparent, is to bring scientists and make them, create a friendship between clinicians, because everybody is too busy and too, kind of differences. There are two, in India, they grow like two pillars, which is not the case in our country or in Europe or in West. Scientists and clinicians, we sit together, and you wouldn't believe it that maybe 15, 20 people, surgery, anatomy, cardiology, pulmonology, everybody would be on one table and discussing science. They may not be really personal friends, but for the professional purpose, they are all together. And I think that momentum that is created in India, I think India will be the #1 country in the world, because everything available here, you have a plethora of, ailments, you have amazing talent. Now the facilities are already being created. Our time when I was studying in 70s, we had a very tough time back those 45 years ago back in India. But now I see many labs are superb labs, far better than our labs in the West. So I have very high hope that this academy would bring this, we just bring all those clinicians and scientists together. So we are basically dot connectors. in very, in a transparent manner that if there are, let's say, 100 people meeting together, something will come up new. So my thoughts are always like this, that clinicians and scientists, they are not really rivals from each other, but they are actually students and teachers of each other. And we learn all the time from each other. So I think that is the motive we can continue. I'm sure the medical science, medical research will bring out, in the field of mechanism, developing better therapies and management of patients can always be coming in future from India. Rather than we are all the time looking New England Journal or circulation or Circ Research or Lancet. I think we should have our Lancet India or India Lancet, whatever it is, then others should read our work and we should create that. So we heard those 4 pillars from also Professor Venkatesh, that quality, audit, and then teaching, disseminating the knowledge which we generate and also bringing back for the better therapy. So with these few words and thanking the entire university staff and the tremendous enthusiasm from all the students working day and night here, I'm very, very happy to be here and wish you all the success in your endeavors and please remain connected with this way which we have created these ideas. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Now I request Professor K.S. Rangappa, former Vice Chancellor, KSO and University of Medicine, to speak about the importance of translational research.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Morning everyone. So G. Hemant Kumar, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University of Mysore, Padma Shri Dr. Manjula, the Director of Sri Deodhya Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences, Bengaluru, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Malini, Mr. Chulapa, many distinguished scholars, professors of the University of Mysore, participants of the event, ladies and gentlemen, media friends. It's indeed an honor for me to be here on this occasion as part of the International Symposium on Translational Research. First South Zone Conference of Indian Academy of Biomedical Sciences and International Symposium on Translational Research. Translational research means different things to different people, but it seems important to almost everyone. What exactly is translational research? For many of them, the term refers to the went to bedside, comprises of harnessing the knowledge from basic sciences to produce new products or new drugs, devices, and treatment actions for patients. For this research, for this area of research, I would say, the interface between the basic science and clinical medicine. The end point is the production of a promising new treatment that can be used clinically or commercialized, which means bringing to the market. This enterprise is vital, which is the effective translation of the new knowledge, mechanisms, and techniques generated by advances in basic science research into new approaches for prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of disease, essentially for improving health. For others, especially health services researchers and public health investigators who studies focus on healthcare and health as the primary outcome,
translational research refers to translating research into practice. That means a field that new treatments and research might actually reach the patients or populations for whom they are intended and implemented from. The production of a new drug for bedside translational research is only the starting point for this second area of research. Research is traditionally got into two categories. One is basic and the other one is applied research. Basic science is necessary to further our understanding of normal versus disease states, but does not directly translate this knowledge into clinically useful applications. But applied research advances of new diagnostic tests or drugs for patients based on our understanding of disease development and progression. Therefore, the primary goal of translational research is to integrate advancements in molecular biology, which clinical trials take research from bed to bedside, understanding and interpreting the molecular transformation gained through various laboratory techniques, including microarray, genome sequencing, and proteomics, requires that information is shared between laboratories and clinics. Clinical researchers' observations about the nature and progression of a disease drive basic science investigation. Researchers use clinical samples to study diagnosis, expression of disease biomarkers, differences between the normal and disease state, and response to therapy. Therefore, the basic scientists then provide clinicians with a new treatment strategies based on laboratory data. Because this constant feedback promotes the discovery of disease biomarkers and drug targets, resulting in more rational drug design, improved efficacy of therapeutic agents, and foster optimization of lead compounds for clinical use. Now, one prime example of translational research in human disease is the study of cancer therapy. Extensive cooperation between the basic researchers, clinicians, and industry has generated numerous new targeted compounds which enhance efficacy and decrease toxicity. In addition to the development of a new anti-cancer agent, translational research can also be applied to predicting response to therapy and register and sensitizing cancer cells to current therapies. So therefore, the translational research may also allow more rapid development of potential therapeutics, thus reducing the time between drug target identification and clinically relevant therapy. Currently, the completion of all these phases of preclinical and clinical testing of a single drug or a single molecule can take up to 4 years, even 20 years in many cases. But the vast amount of the translational research being conducted around the world bodes well and more rapid advancements in the near future. One of the most important characteristics that may limit the effectiveness of targeted therapy is the fact that most cancers are likely caused by multiple genetic abnormalities, suggesting the need for a cocktail of agents against the multiple targets in cancer cells, or the use of agents that have a wide range of the targets. So unfortunately, many anti-cancer agents are, in general, many agents are associated with toxicity that may be related to their mechanism
of action, or may be caused by off-target effects of the drug. In my own laboratory, around 7,000 molecules have been synthesized, out of only 27 molecules proposed to be toxic free. Therefore, it's very difficult, even if you synthesize 10,000 molecules, if you get 5 molecules out of 10,000, that's a great achievement. So therefore, advances in both genomics and proteomics allow us to characterize a tumor to enable personalized treatment based on individual gene or a protein signatures. Advances in molecular biology have led to a dramatic increase in the number of new agents undergoing clinical investigation. One of the molecules from my laboratory, which is LPD, now it is the phase for clinical trial for the breast cancer. So therefore, the ability to create such compound, the ability to create compound exemplifies the necessity for cooperation between the basic researcher and clinicians, also the computational biologists and the pharmaceutical industry too. Therefore, the collective knowledge from each sector will provide insights into how to overcome challenges that perpetually hinder therapeutic advancements. So with these few words, I wish all the good luck to all the students for your future, and wish the conference will be a fruitful and helpful to all the attendees of this meeting. Thank you one and all for giving an opportunity to share my view. Thank you very much.
Very much, sir. Now I request Dr. C.N. Manjula, Director, Sri Jayadeva Institute of Cardiology and Vascular Science, Bangalore, for the keynote address.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'm very honored, privileged, and excited to be amongst you this afternoon for this Indian Academy of Biomedical Science conference at Yangon. So I'm also thanking to the organizing chairman, Professor S.S. Molly. In my opinion, she has got an excellent gene of leadership, excellent gene of compassion and enthusiasm. So my hearty congratulations for organizing this conference. And we have Professor G. Hemant Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Mysore, and Professor K. Nandappa, former Vice Chancellor and a senior scientist of global recognition. Then we have Dr. Hari S. Sharma, the University of Medical Center from Netherlands. And we have galaxy of scientists and invitees and the faculty of University of Mysore. In fact, this is a very interesting and a very relevant conference, in my opinion, because bench to bedside absolutely makes Dr. Rangappa has already briefed the importance of translational research. Whatever we do in the lab, whatever development that takes place in the lab, when it is translated into clinical practice and it is going to help the mankind and humanity, I think the purpose of research is well honored. So in fact, the clinical science or the medical science does not exist without basic science. That's very, very important. See, we clinicians treat a lot of diseases, takes credit, and also we have a very glamorous appreciation. But the real actors that need to be appreciated are the basic scientists. This is very, very important because the real credit should go to the basic scientists, whether it is organic chemists, whether it is microbiologists, biochemists, pathologists, molecular geneticists, or pharmacologists, because without these innovations, probably the clinical science would not have taken. There is explosion of technology nowadays. We talk about machine learning, we talk about artificial intelligence. So I think still the supercomputer, in my opinion, is the God-given human brain, because it has something like 10,000 crores brain cells, and it is equivalent to something like 1,60,000 pen drives and almost like 1,000 terabytes. So this supercomputer, God-given human brain, should only can work through research, because research is the novel method of stimulating this brain, and you can come out with various solutions. We are all here because of genetics, and this is being carried on. See, you always can choose a spouse, but children cannot choose parents. Children cannot choose parents for a simple reason. That is all the genetics is nothing but a study of human inheritance of some traits from parents to offsprings. This is what is happening. Today we are in an era of man-made disasters. We are in an era of man-made disasters. Number one is weather and water crisis, that's what we are seeing. The second is COVID pandemic. The third one is economic crisis. And the fourth one is, again, a man-made disaster, screen addiction and loneliness syndrome. Screen addiction and a loneliness syndrome. And lastly, we are also facing a tsunami of non-communicable diseases. So in this context, definitely, but for the genetics, but for the research that has been taken so many years, probably there would not have been a green revolution. A green revolution that happened in the year 1960. I was going through that. So because the genetic study has given a fantastic insight, and they have developed various breeds, various variants of whether it is rice, whether it is wheat, that means the harmful insect resistant varieties were developed through genetic engineering. See, but for genetic engineering, there would not have been even the virus resistant crops or the varieties of seeds they developed. But for the genetic study, probably there would not have been any green revolution, and at the same time, there also would not have been any medical revolution without genetic study. Today, we are treating some, maybe 30 years back, some of the diseases were untreatable. Today, they are treatable. There were some contraindications to some operations. Today, they have become indications, and they have become a standard indication. So that's what, how it has immensely, the genetics has immensely benefited the mankind, and also in promoting the health and also in preventing various diseases. Yes, genetics and is an academic excellence and also a scientific fantasy, but has got an important clinical applied factors. So today, there's a very popular saying that genetics load the gun, but the lifestyle and the environment triggers it. So there is a this is extremely important. Ultimately, it boils down to the lifestyle as well as the environmental factors, because they interact and they can cause various genetic mutations that results in various diseases. This is one of the problems that we are facing. In fact, COVID-19 pandemic, we are all aware, it is a man-made disaster. A lot of zoonotic diseases are coming to the, we talk about monkeypox today, and COVID-19 pandemic, because of, reducing the forest area, the animals are coming in close proximity with the people. As a result, the people are developing various zoonotic diseases.
which otherwise would have affected only the animals. But for genetic engineering, see earlier, it was taking nearly 10-20 years to develop a vaccine. So what happened with COVID-19 vaccine? They could able to develop this fantastic vaccine, which because otherwise, see, of course, going by the data, there are more than about 1.5 crore people have died. This is a reported, it's an underestimate. 1.5 crore globally have died because of COVID-19. And in India alone, it's around somewhere around 6 to 7 lakhs people have died. And nobody thought a vaccine for COVID could come within 6 months to 1 year, with 1 year. This is because of great technological advances of genetic engineering. This is the greatest contribution to the mankind. So, for example, Ebola vaccine, it took about 5 years. Ebola vaccine took about 5 years, but COVID-19, because of genetic engineering and also various technological advances, they were able to define the architecture of the DNA sequencing of this virus, and they could be able to come out with a vaccine, whether it is our own, Covishield vaccine, which is a vector-derived vaccine, or an mRNA vaccine. Today, probably otherwise, so many crores of people would have died because of this veracity of the pandemic infection. And coming back to lifestyle, I think this is where probably we can modify some of the genetic variables and we can really contribute for promoting the health. See, today lifestyle has changed, food habits have changed, and food products have changed. In fact, the lifestyle, what used to be, for example, number one, today, the child is under stress right from the womb. The pregnant woman is under stress. As a result, the child within the womb is under stress. And in my opinion, there has to be a policy change as far as the children education is concerned. Because LKG, UKG, first grade 1, grade 2 children are forcibly made to get up early morning, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, they are put into the bus, and as a result, so by the time they reach around 20 years, they are burnt out. So this is where possibly nowadays the program is about 5 days in a week. They are going to the school. In my opinion, their school should start somewhere at 10 o'clock to end at least 1 o'clock. And yes, it should be 4 days a week, because today lot of lifestyle diseases are happening at a very young age. You take non-communicable diseases. 50% of deaths in India is due to non-communicable diseases. What are those non-communicable diseases? One is heart attack or cardiovascular diseases. The most common cause of death is heart attack. Then we have high blood pressure. Then we have diabetes mellitus. Then we have stroke, cancer, and the sixth one, as I already said, is a screen addiction, whether it is computers, laptops, or mobile phones. So nearly 50% of deaths are due to these non-communicable diseases. So what is the role of genetics in whether any, because we know that there are more than 15 to 20,000 genetically linked diseases across all organs, whether it is neurological, we have Alzheimer's, and we have epilepsy. Then coming to our own thing, we have heart attack or coronary artery diseases. Then we have diabetes. Then we have cancers and various other. Of course, I will not get into the technicality of these things because we have many sessions on that. So coming back to the lifestyle aspect, see today what is happening, all these diseases, whether it is heart attack, whether it is high blood pressure, whether it is diabetes, they are occurring 10 to 15 years earlier for the Indians compared to the Western counterparts. In fact, we have done a study at Jayadeva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences regarding heart attack in the young. Heart attack in the young, last 5 years, we have treated more than 6,000 young heart attack patients age group between 16 years to 45 years. So 30% of heart attacks in India is below 45 years of age, which is really alarming. Then we did some risk analysis also. 51% were smokers, only 10-15% were diabetes and high blood pressure, and 16% had a strong family history of premature heart attack in the family. Either their grandfathers or their parents or their sisters or brothers have suffered a heart attack before the age of 50 years in those families. So this is where a genetic study is extremely important to identify which is the subgroup of population which are at a high risk of developing a premature heart attack. We talk about today genetic scoring system. We talk about polygenic scoring system. So that will tell us whether a particular population, subset of population is at a high risk for developing a cancer, whether they are at a high risk of developing an heart attack, or whether they are at a high risk of developing some other communicable diseases or non-communicable diseases. So of course, one has to be careful about the genetic scoring system. Nowadays, it is coming and people are, trying to go through these various tests, multivariate scoring system. And it is like a double-edged weapon. Suppose somebody undergoes this test, scoring system, and says you are likely to develop cancer after the age of maybe after 5 years, 10 years. That puts them under tremendous stress and they will be psychologically depressed. So one has to be very careful in predicting these genetic scores or polygenic scores, in predicting the occurrence of these various diseases, whether it is cancer. And coming back to this premature heart attack, we have conventional risk factors. That is, yes, we know smoking, diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, type A personality, and even alcohol in excess. All those are those modifiable risk factors. But we have non-modifiable risk factors. Age. See, when I was a medical student, age more than 65 used to be a risk factor for heart attack. Today, age more than 45 is a risk factor for heart attack. And yes, females were said to be totally protected against heart attack during their reproductive phase or during premenopause. No. Today, in our own study of heart attack, 8% of women among the young heart attack, there were 8% young women below 45 years have suffered an heart attack. This is really an emerging scenario. So even young and mid-age women, on the other day, 29-year-old doctor, gynecologist, came with a massive heart attack, and her husband, fortunately, as a cardiologist, he could able to save. I'm not telling you should always look for a cardiologist to marry, but I have to say, so ultimately, that patient underwent angioplasty and survived. See, today, all this because why I'm telling is this environment. The environment and the lifestyle are going to adversely affect your genetic sequence, is going to cause new genetic mutation, which predisposes to various diseases. Today, what is happening? Children education is mother's examination. Children education is mother's examination. I will just take up a small, a real consultation story. A few days back, one mother came to me. She's telling that she's having a terrible headache and also severe chest pain. Then I was asking her why, what is happening? Then she was telling, no, my son scores are not good in the exam, some tests, something like that. I was thinking her son might have appeared for an SSLC or a PUC or some sort of a entrance examination. She told me, I told her, asked her, what is your son studying, which grade or this, she said, UKG. I think this is where our lifestyle has to change, our thinking and thought process has to change. Otherwise, we are putting unnecessary stress on yourself and unnecessary stress on the children. So ultimately, this is what is happening. So today, if you want to keep your genes healthy, I think a good lifestyle is very, very important. And at the same time, the environment. See, today there are 3 to 4 types of pollution. We are talk about air pollution, we talk about water pollution, and we talk about food adulteration. See, air pollution is also important factor that can affect your genetic system. Going by the statistics by Ministry of Health, Government of India, last year, air pollution has killed 20 lakhs people in this country. 20 lakhs people have died because of air pollution. See, common man perspective is air pollution causes only lung problems. It causes only bronchitis or some lung cancers or bronchial asthma, like that. Today, air pollution is an emerging risk factor for heart attack and cardiovascular disease because the particulate matter less than 2.5 microns easily pass to the lungs and gets deposited in the heart, resulting in atherosclerosis and inflammation. In fact, we have seen those who are exposed to air pollution, those who are heavy smoker, your IL-6 and CRP levels are high. CRP, C-reactive protein levels, and IL-6, they are the markers of inflammation because this narrowing of the arteries of the heart, what we medically call coronary atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, is a systemic inflammation. Diabetes is a systemic inflammation. So it's not an infection, but they are in inflammation, and even our heart attack related problem is also an inflammation. As a result, these markers are high. We need to really, so this is where I think the wonderful discovery of various drugs today, in fact, we owe our respect and tribute to all basic scientists for discovering some of the wonderful drugs in field of cardiovascular medicine or in the field of even for that matter, neurological disorders. Just to name statins. We take statins that reduces cholesterol and reduces cardiovascular death to a significant extent. It is considered to be a wonder drug. We do angioplasties. See today, but for your study of genetics and coming out with genetic alleles or polymorphism, there are some patients respond to particular drug, and some patients, same disease patient will not respond to the same drug, what we call it as resistance. So all of these things have added, they're of a great value addition to the management of various diseases. For example, we do angioplasty and stenting for a blockage of the artery. See, earlier, nearly 15% were dying because of clotting of blood inside the artery. Then the basic scientists discovered the clotting of the artery is not due to coagulation defect, it is due to platelet activation. Now we are giving antiplatelet drugs, so 99% of the angioplasty stent patients are alive and having a quality life. So this is where, then coming back to cancer, Professor Rangappa has done a lot of research on cancer. See today, all these target drugs are extremely helpful. We know, and doing a genetic study, we can, number one, risk stratification is easily done. Whether these patients are coming under high risk, whether these patients are coming at low risk, and also they are helpful in choosing your strategy of treatment. They are also helpful in defining the therapy or strategy of treatment. So that is the reason the clinicians and the basic scientists have to work in tandem for an effective and a very efficient management of various diseases. Regarding some of the hereditary diseases, I think this is where we may be helpless, but at least we can, for example, there is another hereditary genetically determined disease in as far as the heart is concerned, what is called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, where heart muscle thickness is increased and they are more prone for sudden cardiac death. In fact, today, we are all scared about sudden cardiac death. And see, today we are, because 30% of deaths in India are due to heart attack related diseases. And many of them are not sure whether they are going to get up next morning. So that is the sort of fear that is happening. So then in our study, as I said, the family history is extremely important. And those with a strong family history of heart attack, they should be more careful. They should undergo annual checkup and look for all those risk factors. Another interesting finding in our young heart attack study, 30% did not have any of these conventional risk factors. They were not smokers, no diabetes, no high blood pressure. And so in this sort of a situation, we have to look beyond conventional risk factors. In fact, we are looking at insulin resistance. Well, this is where a lot of research is needed. Whether there is any, we are in India, we have what is called a thin fat phenotype. Thin fat phenotype means they are not basic, their overall weight is not very much more increased. There may be 65 kg, but they have a central obesity. And this phenotype in India, we call it as thin fat individuals. And another interesting thing, that for all conventional cholesterol levels were normal. But nearly 30% of them who had normal cholesterol, LDL cholesterol was normal, total cholesterol normal, they have elevated LPA, little a, lipoprotein A. So these are some of the new markers. And if you look at the CRP levels also will tell us whether these patients are going at high risk. So good environment favors a good gene, and good lifestyle favors a good genetic pathways. Then what are the things that can be avoidable? Because we look at today, we are in era of this what is called lifestyle changes. And if you look at the life cycle is also changing. First 10 years, we are talking about first 10 years of life. We are talking about marks. First 10 years, we are talking about we always ask first 10 years, what is the age of your child? First 10 years. Then 10 to 20 years, we keep asking how many marks he has scored, or he or she has scored. Then 20 to 30 years, we keep asking, what is your salary? Then 30 to 50 years, we start probing, what is your earning? Then 50 to 60 years, we start asking, what is your blood sugar? What is your blood pressure? Then 60 to 70, again, we are talking about how much of pension you are going to get. Then again, after 70, again, we start asking our age. If you see some elderly person, 80, 85 years, we ask, what is your age or what is your age? So one of the problems, see earlier, 20 to 30 years used to be the reproductive age group. Now, because of this modern lifestyle, the reproductive age group has been pushed to 30 to 40 years. This is late marriages and late pregnancies are also responsible for some of the genetically linked diseases. For example, those elderly couples are pregnant 40 years and above, some 35 and 40 years range if they become pregnant. Chances of babies born with congenital defects is pretty high, particularly Down syndrome. In fact, the incidence of Down syndrome is somewhere around 1 in 600 pregnancies. So this is where, see, today, this is the problem with the modern younger generation. They talk about particularly those, this is happening among the elite class. This is happening among the highly educated class. They always, so many elite class people coming to us and talking to us. So they go on describing, yes, I'm so and so, I'm already become assistant CEO. And I'm married 4 years ago. I'm going to become CEO next year. I have got 4 projects, I have completed 4 projects, I have built a beautiful house. And then if you ask have a child, no, I'm just planning next year, maybe after a couple of years. So this sort of lifestyle has adversely impacted the healthcare system, and they are more prone for various diseases. So this is another important thing. See, always, whenever we are arranging marriage for our daughters, we look at the health horoscope. Today, I mean, most important, you have to look at genetic horoscope, that is the stage care. So normally, of course, the date of birth horoscope is on one side. So today, there are some countries which are insisting on some genetic horoscope. Some of the Middle East countries, I was told, they are insisting on whether some of them have a congenital heart disease or not. That is very, very important. And this obesity is also an important risk factor. There's an interesting data coming up from some of the studies. Those obese people who have high CRP levels, high CRP, high IL-6 level, for every 1 inch increase of waist beyond 36 inches, increases the heart failure risk by 10%. So that is the reason for a healthy heart, to keep your heart healthy, 5 things you have to keep as low as possible. 5 parameters has to be kept as low as possible. 1 is blood pressure, 2nd is blood sugar, 3rd is blood cholesterol, 4th is your body weight and your waistline, 5th is overambition and overambition and overambition. So these 5 things have to be kept as low as possible. And another thing, an important thing for research, I was talking to Professor K. Rangappa as well as to Hemant Kumar. See, in early 60s and 70s, a good amount of funding was coming from government of India as well as from the state government. Today, the basic for research activity funding has come down drastically. This is where the government of India as well as state government should provide adequate funding to the research. See, without research, there cannot be any, we are all surviving because of this basic research, because ultimately, whatever the fruits that we are getting out of research will definitely improve the quality of life and will improve the lifespan. So nearly 40 to 60% of the funding earlier in 60s and 70s used to come from the government sector. Today it has come down significantly. So there is a greater need for particularly for increasing the funding to the research. Now there is some corporate funding, some industries are funding the project, but in my opinion, the government should definitely come forward and increase the funding. Then only research can move forward. And there are other things which adversely affect our genes, and they can cause environmental factors that can cause genetic mutation. Is your radiation, and we are exposed to various chemicals, ultraviolet rays. I think this is where, because we have seen that we are exposed to too much of radiation. We are doing a lot of angiogram, angioplasty, various procedures. Our blood counts will come down. Then we take a break for about 15 days. So radiation exposure is one of the important things that is happening, and even smoking also. So I mean, bottom line is the very good lifestyle is extremely important to postpone some of these genetic mutations or to keep a good health. So I'm very thankful to that Professor Malini for this invitation, and definitely we should work together. As Dr. Sharma was telling, every major institution, whether it is a cancer institution or whether it is a cardiovascular institution or an institution of metabolic disorders, should in-house within the same campus should have this genetic department of genetics and genomic sequencing. It's very, very important, because then only we can work together. Otherwise, to collect the samples, so they have to come from a distance. If they are in the same premises, probably it will be a great value addition to the research, and we can exchange our views periodically, and ultimately it promotes the very good research activities. That's very, very important, because now what is happening, clinical services are separate and your laboratory services are in a different campus. So within the same campus, if there is both all these support services, I mean laboratory services, it should be a part of a program itself. It should be a part of a university program. So definitely, 5 I's are very important for research activities. For anything, 5 I's are extremely important. One is intelligence, second is integrity, third is innovation, fourth is integration, and fifth is involution. So I think all people who are running, and those people who are pursuing research should not get depressed whenever, because even first 10 could be a failure, then the 11th could be a success. So first attempt itself may not be successful, because failure is first attempt in learning. That's what we say. Researchers, young researchers should not get disappointed if the earlier results are not. And always, one should not be under the impression a research project should be always have a positive outcome. Even a research study that shows a negative study, then it is a positive impact on the health system. Suppose if a particular strategy of treatment, a particular therapy is not going to improve, or it could be hazardous, it is detrimental to the patient, then it's a good study. So that's how the young researchers should take it. So definitely, there is a great scope for research in the area of genetics and genomic sequencing and drug development, and also for risk stratification. And particularly, again, I emphasize the importance of genetic scoring system for various risk stratification. Well in advance nowadays, we can able to tell whether a subset of people are at a high risk for developing these diseases. I once again thank every one of you, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, sir, for your great words of wisdom. On behalf of the university, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor G. Hemant Marcel, to felicitate the dignitaries. Firstly, for Dr. C. N. Manjuna. To Dr. Hari S. Sharma.
Yeah, thank you. Just a minute.
To Professor K. S. Rangappa. On behalf of the Department of Genetics and Genomics, I request Chairperson Professor S. Malina to felicitate our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor G. Hemish Mathur. Thank you very much. I now request Dr. P. Sir to deliver the vote of thanks.
It's my honor to propose a vote of thanks. At the outset, I'd like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor D. Hemant Kumar, for gracing the occasion, supporting the department to conduct this conference and for giving the inaugural speech. Special thank you to Dr. C. N. Manjuna, Director of Jayadeva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences, who has taken a time out of his busy schedule to attend this inaugural function and provide the keynote address, highlighting the importance of researchers and research that they conduct in the progress of modern medicine and the importance of lifestyle in mitigating development of particularly non-communicable diseases. A very big thank you to Professor K. S. Rangappa, former VC and lifelong professor here at the University of Mysore, for accepting our invitation to inaugurate the conference and sharing your insightful thoughts on transition from basic sciences to translational research and drug development with the audience. We'd like to thank Dr. Harish Sharma for providing the Department of Genetics and Genomics the opportunity to host the conference and for coming all the way from the Netherlands to attend the conference in person. I'm sure our students will take this opportunity to interact with you and learn from you. Thank you to our chairman, Professor S. Malini, faculty, staff, research scholars, students of the Genetics and Genomics Department who have worked hard to put this conference on. Thank you to the media for providing the widespread coverage for the conference. And thank you to Vignan Bhavan for making it convenient to host the conference in their auditorium. And finally, thank you to all our participants, our dignitaries who made it convenient to come and attend this conference, and hopefully it's a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I request all the delegates to assemble for a group photo.